collaborative relationship inside the county with OWOPR and your efforts and all of our community efforts and our fire safe councils. And just commend each and every one of you for your dedication to our community, which is making just a world of difference and making El Dorado County just a shining example of resiliency efforts and where you can go when you partner together. So just thank you for being here today. I know my colleagues will have lots of comments. I didn't see who was first. I'm going to start with Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Egbert, for being here today. Great presentation. You also gave me a 101 one-on-one, which was very helpful. So I just really appreciate what you do. You mentioned that there's other RCDs in other counties that you partner with, but there's also other RCDs within our county. So we've got the Tahoe Regional Conservation District. We have the California Tahoe Conservancy. How do you work with them?
So we know them personally. We look at, number one, stormwater programs. How do we maintain consistency with, recommendations and specifications and standards and specs for stormwater management? That's one thing. Number two, the Tahoe Fuels and Fire, team. The RCD has a different role up there, but than we do here. But it's not, our RCDs look at how they can help where they're needed, and so we do coordinate with them. Part of Caldor was that, working with Harold Singer and other representatives up there, we're saying, how do we bring in money for helping Christmas Valley? Can we get money from Cal Fire or Forest Service to put to the RCD so they can work in Christmas Valley? That's an example, of the types of coordination. The Placer County RCD just got money for the mosquito recovery, the Emergency Force Recovery Team, EFRT. We've got an MOU with them, an agreement for them to bring in money from them to work in Georgetown and Volcanoville to help landowners and fire recovery there.
That's what I think we need to see more of. I know the California Tahoe Conservancy kind of did a little bit of an experiment a few years ago. And what we did was we partnered with other conservancies and we were able to expand. The Tahoe Conservancy is 236 square miles.
Yep.
And we partnered with other conservancies of which we all share same border. And we did 10 times that size and applied for grant money from the state of California. And we all were awarded that grant. So we all got our piece, but it was pulling all of our resources together and upping that pace and scale that I would encourage you to continue to do.
So we had a meeting with them last week. We had a meeting with Land Tenure and we talked about the GIS mapping systems that they're using, especially the Tahoe Conservancy. And they showed us all those projects and they showed us that example. Land Tenure, their Global Vision is a Tahoe based company. So we have a data hub that we're working on through OWOPR and we're saying, is this a complementary database or is it duplicative? And I feel it's really complementary because we have the data hub that's establishing the catalog, the library of the data. When we go out and develop projects, we could do that through another, framework, another online tool. Land Tenure is the tool that they're using. And they're starting to run our projects through that to see how it works for us. And it might be something that we have joint, sort of the platform from which you do planning has got to be the same. Otherwise your outputs are different. So that's another reason that's another way we're coordinating with those guys.
Right. And the climate for grant funding is just so competitive out there that the more that we can partner up and be one big elephant instead of all of us trying to scrounge for little pieces.
Yep.
So great job.
Cool.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for another great presentation. I enjoy these and getting updated on things. How closely do you work with the California Natural Resources Agency, Wade Crowfoot and that group of people? Because I've been to several of their seminars, I've listened to their message, and in particular, Jessica Morse, who's the Deputy Secretary for Forest and Wildland Resilience. They're speaking the same things that we are talking about with the OWOPR, but I don't see the connectivity yet. Maybe that's the answer.
So we are on the Governor's Forest Management Task Force Private Landowner Work Group.
Okay.
So we integrate with them right there.
All right.
That's primarily focusing on post-fire emergency forest recovery team actions. We are also working with Jessica in her office to evaluate the Cal VTP and to see if it's the streamlining of CEQA is going to be more efficient through the Cal VTP or just through normal CEQA process. And our feedback to them is that Cal VTP, unless you're doing long range planning with prescribed burns and other actions like that, isn't really effective for our use right now. So that's feedback that we're giving them. We also talked about the state and private forestry relationship. The California Natural Resource Agency is very interested in how CAL FIRE is investing its funding in state nursery management operations, whether they do it down in UC Davis or they do a grant or cooperative agreement with SBI up north, or do they rely on us and not invest in us, but just rely on us.
There you go.
So we're working with them. We're on the reforestation task force as well. So we're looking at that. Part of what we are trying to explain to them is that we know where the origin of the seed comes from. Let's track where the tree's grown and then where it's planted. So we know the genetic makeup of stands in the future, and that can go to UC Davis. So that when we look at die off through mortality of insects or disease, we know what the genetic makeup of that is, because as we are looking at migrational capacity of different species, how are we accounting for that? And are we planting incense cedar from 3 seed zones down up here, whereas Doug fir is only 2 seed zones down? What's the follow-up feedback mechanism to understand that migrational capacity for climate change, or whatever you want to call it? So that's another area that we're working with them on.
Excellent.
The other is they have an online GIS program they're developing in partnership with Google. And that is another online data management system and project tracker. So it's a movement from CalMapper that CAL FIRE manages to upgrade into a larger program where they bring in other programs, not just CAL FIRE projects, and they put them on the map. And the attributes that they're putting in there, you can go in there and look at who funded the project, what were the objectives, how many acres, when was it done, so that you can track that and then account for it, because the state needs numbers and they need real numbers. We know that, and we know that situation. So that's another area that we are working with them on. We're also looking at evaluating conservation finance. Okay. So we, as an RCD, can't accept a loan, right? We can't take on debt. Conservation finance is really an initiative under the Healthy El Dorado Landscape Partnership. That's that additional focus group of so far in the Crystal Basin. And we look at other RCDs and they look at block grants. And you get an entity that can get a block grant through any regional forest and fire capacity program, the conservation investment strategy, whatever it comes from. And you look at that funding mechanism going to an entity that can maintain cash flow through conservation finance. So the Natural Resources Agency is very interested whether or not RCDs can handle these larger projects and administer these, because we're really good at it, but we have cash flow issues. So they're interested in how we can overcome that barrier.
Excellent, because I think CEQA reform and rapid permitting are the key to being able to utilize those resources. So I'm glad the state's listening to that.
Yep.
After years and years of environmental, don't touch it. I think we have to be realistic about what we need to do, including reducing greenhouse gases from forest fires, right?
Right.
So that's a huge thing. And I think the realization that is the greatest opportunity we have, at least in El Dorado County, to affect greenhouse gases is something we really have to continue to pursue.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Mark, you've done a great job. Great presentation. And what you've done in Grizzly Flat is amazing. Especially when it comes to a lot of the property owners out there and helping them, especially getting removal of their trees and stuff. So, I mean, just kudos to what you've done. You really have. You've done a great job. And, a good example. I mean, when we had the Caldor fire, what you did around Mormon Immigrant Trail, I mean, it's fitting that area and stuff like that fire saved Paul, it didn't get to Pollock Pines because of what you did. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done. You've done a great job. And I'm glad that we were able to get you the grant money, especially when it comes to the watershed up there in Grizzly Flats, to make sure that water district has enough, adequate water to be able to supply the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to know when you sleep.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, I don't think you do. Well, thank you again for filling us in on all the accomplishments that you've had. And just thank you for your good work in our community. And I'm sure there's folks that are going to want to provide some public comment. So
thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mark.
Thanks,
Great
Mark.
presentation. Let's take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also Patterson Ranch Fire Safety Council. I was just going to show you this picture. Look, it might look like a blob to you, but that's 50 people on the third Wednesday, excuse me, of the month at 9:30 at the Fire Memorial Hall. That's people from the Fire Safe Councils for El Dorado County Fire Safe Council having our annual meeting. Lori was there last meeting and made a couple comments and also took in the whole meeting. But what I'm trying to say is this is getting so big in terms of, I've come to your meetings before. These were years past. We didn't even have a vegetation management program, but now we had that. Now we have the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resiliency, which is where we get that name, OWAPR, is the acronym for that. It makes it easier to talk. We have that. So that's you, that's the county office who's working diligently with your staff to have something that I believe could be a pattern or something of the state of California that could be the best. I'm trying to highlight the fact that there's so much resource going into it, so much commitment on the part of your board to what Mark has said. And the fact is, I think we need to clone him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. And I hate to sound redundant, but I do want to give Mark a shout out for his role on the coordination group for the OWAPR, and also to his board for being gracious and letting us tap into him as a resource. He's just been, obviously before the existence of the OWAPR, the work that he has done with the fire safe councils to bring funding into the county to get projects on the ground was just amazing. And now working through the OWAPR with us and our efforts to bring some strategy and some prioritization and some coordination to those efforts, he's just been key. And so just really appreciate him and appreciate the presentation today.
Thank you for highlighting that, Sue. Much appreciated, much deserved.
Speaking of cloning, I think we should clone them both while we're at it.
Yeah, so moved. Anyone else in the room? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning, Leo.
Hi, well, recent resident moved to Pollock Pines. I guess I better say thank you, thank you, thank you. I was aware, since our relatives are up here and evacuated, of all the good work that's been done, you know, and have hiked Mormon Immigrant Trail and saw the trade-offs and the good things there. And just echoing the board's thanks and Wendy's expression of awe. Part of me sad that you're like catching up with how I grew up in San Diego County, and my youngest sister was burnt out in a forest fire like 40 years ago. But great job. Love all the words I'm hearing about partnership and sustainable systems and listening to the majority stakeholders. It's like music to the ear, especially, you know, the education component and leveraging. My big comment is directly to the board in the context of good governance. In my experience, a part of good governance is like Lori Parlin spoke once, that, you know, you're a moment in time. You don't want to tie the hands of future boards, but at the same time, you want to empower and educate them. And how you as board members learn all these terms, internalize all this knowledge as quickly as possible, passing those skill sets on to what will be a majority of new members one way or the other. I just think it's something you need to have a workshop or something on, how to leverage everything you just heard from Mark, from your other teams, so that your new board, maybe they need to have a couple of sleepless nights in a planning session to internalize what you guys are internalizing as the policy members and funding source for a lot of this good work. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. And I'd just like to piggyback on that comment, actually, that that is exactly why this board directed our staff to create the Office of Wildfire Prevention and Resiliency, so we could memorialize and bring together the collaborative efforts to really address resiliency once and for all in our county and to bring these efforts together. And so it does outlast this board and any other board that comes forward, and it's working. And thanks to all of your efforts, and just really proud of that. So Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap it all up and just say, Mark, thank you to you and your team for representing the county so well with our partners, and for letting us know what you need so that we can be supportive, because none of us work alone. And the partnerships have been amazing. And I learned about the RCD even before getting on the board. So thank you for that, and keep up the good work, all of you. Thank you.
Great. Well, great presentation. Thank you all for being with us today, and keep up the good work.
All right.
All right, Kim, let's see. Let's move on to our 10:30 allocation. We're a little behind, but item number 32, please.
Item number 32 is a hearing from the Library Department recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment / service charges for Zone of Benefit D within County Service Area 10 for library services at Cameron Park Library. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report and authorizing the benefit assessment / service changes to be collected. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing and welcome Bryce, our library director, to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Bryce LaBelle, Library Director. So I'm here for the public hearing related to the benefit assessment for the Cameron Park Library. It's been in place and since 1994. And to start, I just wanted to mention a few things about the Cameron Park Library. The library team and hub team continue to do a great job there. With their last year, over 55,000 children's books were checked out, and a lot of them were easy readers, or rather early readers, things like Frog and Toad.
Oh, love that.
And a lot of, always a favorite. And with the picture books, things like A Good Place, Mouse's First Fall, and The Snowy Day. So that's an example of some of our early readers and picture books. During the past 12 months, system-wide, the El Dorado County Library has had nearly 30,000 kids, parents, and caregivers attend our library story times. And lastly, the Cameron Park Library and Hub team alone offered over 350 events for youth, including story times, STEM programs, and art programs. And it's a very small team, so those are definitely impressive numbers. Great team there.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you for that. Our libraries are such an important part of our communities.
Yes.
Does the board have any questions or comments on this item?
I just have a quick comment. It's interesting when you look at the assessments that are done. I just want to note that the assessments run between $12.50 and $25. So these are relatively small assessments. You end up with $279,000 combined to go into it, and that comes from 11,623. So small contributions do make a difference in keeping our libraries going. So that's what this program is all about, in my opinion.
Right. They do not sunset and they do not increase, and it's been in effect since 1994.
Yep.
They do a lot of good.
Do a
Yeah.
lot of
Lot of
good.
good.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, District 1. Oh, that was you.
That was
Sorry.
me. I'm done. I'm done.
Need to catch up with our buttons. All right. So with that, let's open public comment on item number 32.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the room like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi again, Leo Bennett Cochon. Hope and pray I'm not the only public, but if I am, I will represent them. Shout out to the libraries, grew up with them, read every book in our small little library, love the Cameron Park Library. love what they did for Pride Month, loved everything that went on in all the libraries up here before COVID and what's coming back. You know, my grandchildren would not be thriving if it wasn't for what is done at our libraries. A thought and suggestion, just throwing it out there. Some of your meetings seem pretty sparsely attended. Maybe you could meet at libraries in the community room and let the public see from a different perspective how supportive the board is. And I bet you could check out some stuff on the prior topic about conservation management. Thank you.
Thanks.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you, Bryce, and we'll bring this back. I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Bryce.
much. Appreciate it. Keep on the good work of our libraries. All right, with that, we are on item number 33, Kim.
Item number 33 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board adopt Board of Supervisors Policy F1, naming and renaming of county-owned buildings.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, again, Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. In January of this year, the board voted to rename the public safety facility after retired Sheriff John DiAgostini. And following that, directed the board to form an ad hoc committee to look into coming up with a policy on naming and renaming of buildings. So Supervisors Heidel and Turnbull were named to that ad hoc committee. Staff did some research on policies in other counties and reviewed those, had a meeting with the ad hoc committee and received their direction and drafted this policy. Just some highlights. First of all, it does not affect any currently named building. It does not go retroactive. So it specifically calls out in the policy that any current name on a building will stand unless it is renamed by the board in accordance with the policy. It applies to county-owned buildings and does not include parks, roads, or trails. However, it does apply to individual county-owned buildings within parks. So for example, a pavilion within a park would be eligible for being named. The preference, as stated in the policy, is for buildings to be named after a location or a function, which was something we found in many of the other counties' policies, and after individuals only in rare instances. And any proposal to name a building must be sponsored by 2 board members at a full meeting of the board, and shall be done pursuant to a resolution which is adopted by a 4/5 vote. So in accordance with our policy on policies at the board here, it was also routed to department heads for their input and approved by county council. And I do have, I did note there was one change. There was a late suggestion that was made by county council, and I made that change in one part of the policy, but there is a second part of the policy that I'd like to tweak. So if you bear with me, on page 1 of the policy, Roman numeral 2, bullet G, it refers to, in the very first sentence, it says, in rare instances, a building may be named after an individual who has served the county as an elected officer, comma, appointed official, comma, or employee. So originally that just said elected officer or appointed official, and county council pointed out that that might be seen as excluding just a regular employee.
Yeah.
So of course, we made the change in this section,
Yep.
but I want to note that on page 2, Roman numeral 3, section A, the second sentence, it says the resolution shall set forth the reasons for the recommended name. When recommending a building be named for an individual, right now it says county elected or appointed official, and it goes on. What I would like to do is strike county elected or appointed official. So the sentence would read, when recommending a building be named for an individual, comma, the resolution shall include specific findings at the individual, and so on and so forth. So just to be clear,
More inclusive. yeah.
I didn't want it to sound like the resolution only has to include that information when it is an elected or appointed official
good.
as opposed to an employee. So
Perfect.
if you're okay with that change, I'll get that change language to the clerk.
Excellent. Well, So anything else?
That's all I have.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Heidel and Turnbull for engaging in this with our staff to bring this forward with your recommendations. Just really well done.
You're quite
Oh
welcome.
my goodness, I see 3 buttons. Supervisor Turnbull, why don't you lead us off?
No, I just want to say thank you, and thanks, John. We had great input, and working with staff, I think we come up with a great solution. But I also want to tell you on the 19th, that we're going to have a presentation that'll be in, and we're going to unveil, the signage and stuff on that building. So I want everybody to join. It'll be on the 19th at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. of August.
19th of August. Yeah.
Great, August. All right, thank you. Thank you for that heads up. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, one of the goals we had was keep it simple.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
that.
So we actually
Right.
found a policy that was pretty close to what we wanted, that was short and sweet and to the point, and we said, all right, let's adapt it, and staff did a great job of tailoring that to meet our needs.
Right.
I'm sure there's going to be requests for maybe modifications in the future. That always happens, but this really nails down a policy that says, why have we identified facilities with the location, like the Spring Street facility, right? We're not going to abandon those things. We want to leave those in place unless renaming is determined to be advantageous.
Right.
And then the other thing part of it is department heads can name rooms after things. They can call it the Tahoe room, the whatever, right? And by working with the CAO. So it doesn't have to come back to the board for naming rooms, not after individuals, but after something that's meaningful to people in terms of a place to get together, discuss what, similar to what you do in hotels, right? They have all the suites and stuff. And I think that's a great way to do things, because then it makes it very simple to understand. It's not conference room 6. It's a room that you get familiar with and you go, right? So, but I think this is really a good start. I'm not sure we're done yet until we experience some different things, some challenges or whatever, but excellent job.
I was grateful for the simplicity of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it simple.
Yeah.
It was, there's some of the things we looked at was pages and pages and
Yeah.
pages.
Thank you for
long,
that.
so
Yeah,
Anyway.
thank you for that. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I also appreciate the simplicity of this. It was really easy to understand, so thank you for that. And I did have a couple questions though. I was looking at a lot of other buildings that have been named after people, and this did come up during our conversation of renaming the public safety facility.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that we need to add something in here to say that you can use the person's name, but not the title of the job, because they're going to be former. And I felt that that was lost in our conversation about renaming I'll just call it the sheriff's building, make it easy. The sheriff's building is because there's a current person in that position. And so, I went and looked, and I just chose Ronald Reagan as an easy one.
Mhm.
And there's a bazillion things named after Ronald Reagan, and they all just say like Ronald Reagan Elementary School, the Reagan Center, Ronald Reagan UCLA. So they don't say President Ronald Reagan because we have a current president. So I was wondering if the board would entertain adding just a clarification there that the title should not be included. It's about the person. I just think that that's out of respect for the person that's holding the position currently. It makes sense that that's how most buildings are named. I will say there is the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, but it
Mhm.
doesn't say President Ronald Reagan. So there's a difference. I don't know if that's something you would entertain adding for some clarity. And like it said, this will only happen in rare instances. And then the other thing that I did have a rare instance that could happen, and it's outside of what's here before us, but what if we were to have someone from El Dorado County that ended up being a legislator or something like that? Do we want to allow for that opportunity? That would be super duper rare. It has happened though in the past. Is that something that we want to consider if that were to ever happen, to name a building of someone that went to higher office?
Wouldn't they still be an elected official?
Well, that's the way, I wasn't sure if this allowed for that, the way it's
Interesting.
written. I know,
Interesting.
Because it
so maybe
says
just clarification.
who has served the county as an elected official.
Yeah.
To your point, it does narrow it.
Although they represent the county in higher office.
True.
So
yeah.
I'll convey what we talked about in the committee.
Yeah.
And then, so if we need additional clarification, maybe we should add that. In the committee, we talked specifically about this being limited to people who had been County of El Dorado appointed or elected officials or employees. So not just anyone like specifically the county of El Dorado. That was my understanding of the committee's intent. So if we do want to widen that to be a state legislator or somebody else who serves the county but wasn't specifically an official or employee of the county, then we should change that. But that was my understanding of the committee's intent.
Yeah.
We want to
and-
keep it local.
Well, yes, but no, because but what if we do have an El Dorado County resident? And it has happened in the past, and there is a road segment named after this person. So, that I just don't want to leave that out because it is quite an honor, I think, to have someone from your county go to higher office. And so I just didn't know I couldn't figure out how to wordsmith it to allow for that. And if we want to.
Perhaps let's leave this on the table, get their comments, maybe take public comment and
comment,
then bring it back to the board for,
That sounds like a good idea.
additional
Clarifying what
discussion.
Lori was saying when she was talking about, the prior sheriffs or whatever, but I still consider Pacilio, I still call him Sheriff Pacilio. I still call, Sheriff Hal Barker, and the same thing with Sheriff John DiAgostini. I still call him Sheriff. Everybody does. So I don't think that should really change. I know that there's issues in that stuff, but that title is always going to be with them. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you for that opinion. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is great. Also, I love the simplicity of it. Really good job. The name of this is called the naming and renaming of county-owned buildings, and that's repeated in the purpose of the policy. It says naming and renaming. And then under procedure A, it says the naming or renaming, but I think that needs to be continued on B and C as well, just to be clear. Naming and renaming, because it's omitted in those two places, and it just seems to me like it would read a little bit smoother.
For consistency.
That's all.
Consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good catch. All right. Great. I don't have any additional changes at this point, but look forward to revisiting some of the conversation that has been brought up. So let's go ahead and take public comment on this and then bring it back to the board for additional discussion.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning again.
Hello. Thanks to Supervisors Lane and Parlin for bringing it up in the original conversation. Let's have a policy. Thanks to Supervisor Heidel and Turnbow for working so diligently on this policy. Thank you, Supervisor Thomas, for shepherding the whole process, and thank you to staff for doing your usual excellent work. To me, this policy is a golden example of good governance, and it's also a great example of KISS. Keep it smart and simple. So thank you, everybody, for working for it. Just fair warning, in 2 years, when unfortunately we will be acknowledging that Supervisors Parlin and Thomas are now eligible, I hope there's a groundswell to rename the new Navigation Center, or maybe it's being built by then. I lose track of timelines, because I think that we should call it, the Wendy and Lori, or the Well Center for our unhoused population. So thanks, everybody.
Your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning, Kelly. Go ahead, Kelly.
I think
You're
I
up.
accidentally promoted her instead of.
Oh, all right.
Is she still there?
Yeah, one second.
Okay.
Sorry, Kelly, we're having a little technical difficulty. You'll be up soon.
Wait. Oh.
Do we want to go into 390 and then come
Just
back to
give me
Kelly?
1 second.
You bet. Take your
Because
time.
I've
No problem.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Good. Hello, Kelly. We can
You know
hear
what? You accidentally put me as a panelist, so it had to boot. So can I just go or do you need to change that?
No, we're all good. Go right ahead.
Okay, so I just want to make sure there's no confusion with the public. I just wanted to say thank you all for the conversation. I agree with Lyle. Sometimes we do that. George, thank you for that acknowledgement that, you know, our titles that we've earned and worked so hard for, whether it's, I have to call you back. Sorry, I just screamed at my husband. I agree that I know my father is a physician. He's in his 80s. He's very retired. He will always be Dr. Class in everybody who he's ever served. So I agree that I would be saddened in the case of our beloved Sheriff John DiAgostini if we were to eliminate that very hard worked title and very deserved acknowledgement. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Ken.
Well, hi, Ken Greenwood, from out in the, actually, I'm out on Mormon Immigrant Trail right now. Anyway, so let me get this straight. The new public safety facility will retain or be named after Sheriff DiAgostini? Or will it be the John DiAgostini? Or will it be the Sheriff John DiAgostini building? Seeking clarification on that, because I sadly missed part of the hearing, but I'm a little confused from the paperwork and such that as to what the status of the public safety building will be at this time.
That building's already been renamed. That's not on the table today. It's just the renaming of buildings going forward is on the table.
And that clarification is perfect. So, oh, have a great day. Keep it
All right.
simple or whatever it said and stuff like that.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all, and I'll bring it back to the board. So it seems like the two items that were brought forward is whether we want to clarify that an individual's title be omitted and just their name, recognizing that there is always someone current in that role. And do we want to consider someone who has gone on to higher office be eligible for our renaming policy? So what is the will of the board on those two
Well, I
items?
was looking at some other issues on some of the other buildings in different states and stuff. And that title still stays with it. The sheriff, Cameron this particular person was named after him. The building still has Sheriff Cold. That building is named after him. Cameron County, there's another one. Omar Lucio is what his name, and it says Sheriff anyway, I can't even pronounce it. Omar Lucio building, so it still has the title.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm looking at different ones and there's quite a few of them. So.
And I wonder how that would apply outside of law enforcement, if it was another office. I mean, I understand that more the
Yeah.
law enforcement personnel, but how would that apply to, if it was a CAO or a,
Right.
Right.
Right. I
So-
think there's examples of that here in this county where they
Right.
have been omitted,
right?
and only in the context of their description do you find out what capacity they may have served in.
So
And I
perhaps,
think that's a win.
yeah, so perhaps a compromise might be to stay as a general policy that we don't use titles. But in a rare instance that where a title would be appropriate, that someone could bring that forward as a variation on our policy and bring that forward.
Or we could send it back to the ad hoc to do some more research for us.
We could do
There's no
that.
urgency on this matter
That's
in my
true.
mind.
Supervisor Heidel?
Recognizing that we're always going to have change as time moves on, I would rather leave the policy the way it is. When you talk about people who ascend to higher office, that's going to be a politically charged thing because they have to declare what representation are they Republican, are they Democrat, are they no party preference, and that just stirs things at that level because it creates conflict, and we want to bring people together. So I guess I'm a little bit reluctant to say that's a good idea, but if a future board wanted to do it, yep, they can change the policy to do it, because I don't think we'll have a large instance where that can happen, but it could, right? So there's a possibility, but I don't see it being high enough probability that we'd want to include it at this time. That's just my perspective.
That is a sound point, because our local government is nonpartisan. And once you get past this level,
Right.
it does
exactly.
become a partisan office.
Well, I'm gonna totally disagree with that.
Okay.
We're supposed to be nonpartisan.
Absolutely.
We are, but I think that at several meetings, everybody knows where we're at pretty much on things. So, and even naming something after one of us, if we were ever do that, would be controversial. So it's gonna be controversial no matter what.
That's
And that's
true.
why the policy says rare, I think. So I would like to send this back to the ad hoc to further explore these 2 points and what's a general, what people generally do, other jurisdictions generally do with that.
So do I hear a motion in that?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we send it back to the ad hoc to explore whether or not titles are, should be excluded in our policy, and whether or not we want to include the potential for higher office legislators.
I'll
Is that
second
clear
that.
enough? That's clear enough.
I'll
right?
second that. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Supervisor Lane.
First of all, thank you for
Yeah.
asking. I appreciate you. Is there some thought maybe on going ahead and putting this in place, so we do have something, if that comes up in the meantime, naming or renaming a building, we have something in place, and we also direct back to the ad hoc committee to consider these other 2 issues? And because would it be just as simple to amend it, but at least we would have something in place? As you point out, there's no rush. We don't have anything that we know of that's pending, but it seems to me like good work has been done on this. We all agree on 90% of it. We want a couple other things looked at, so maybe that would be a consideration.
I think with no rush, nobody's gonna name any buildings, right? And
Well,
I think that we have the
We-
luxury of time to send it back and get this just done in one fell swoop, in my mind.
Staff's recommendation was that we identify a name for a building as early as possible, so that during the construction phase and
Mhm.
stuff, we all know what we're talking about. And we have a building that's going into the construction phase, not too far downstream. That's a replacement of it. What's our homeless shelter is what we're talking about. So I don't think we can just take an extended period of time to get that discussion going, because I think we should really identify what is the name of that building going to be for any number of purposes that will assist facilities in referring to it. So I think that would be their input. Sue can correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, we did also talk about the fact that we have the Barton buildings in Tahoe
Yes.
that we're
Yeah,
working
that's
on,
the
the
other one.
Just
Shakori
gonna
Garage.
mention that.
And
Yeah.
so one thing that we could do is, as Supervisor Lane mentioned, if we get this in place, you really have a lot of flexibility as a board, right? So we wouldn't be saying you can't use the title. It would be up to 2 members to bring an item to the board to suggest a name, and then 4/5 of the board has to
Right,
accept
approve
the
it.
name. So you still have that process to go through. So if you get to that thorny question of whether or not to include the title, you could treat it on a case-by-case basis, because I think, as Supervisor Thomas noted, you may want to look at law enforcement differently than other positions within the county. If you wanted to really provide yourselves maximum flexibility at the outset when you adopt this, and then maybe come back and make it more restrictive later, to provide the possibility of potentially including others outside of, direct county service. County council suggested a small change that we could make that would give you some of that flexibility. If you looked at page 1, Roman numeral 2, section G, the first sentence says, in rare instances, a building may be named after an individual who has served the county as an elected officer, so on. If you insert who has served the county's interest as an elected officer, appointed official, or employee, that might broaden it just a little bit.
Mhm.
And then again, going forward, each of these is going to require 2 board members to even get it to the discussion point, and then 4 members to agree on it. So you're kind of building in more flexibility in the front, but at the end, there's a more rigorous process to get it approved.
Well, one of the things is on that, and you're right about that, Sue. It's still got to come in front of the board anyway to even vote on even naming a building. So at that time, there could be clarification then, if that title, goes on to that building or not. So I think we just leave it alone, leave it the way it is, and then when that time comes, we can address it then.
I think with the
Okay.
wordsmithing we talked about. Yeah.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second on the table. Would Supervisor Parlin be open to amending the motion to approve this policy and direct the ad hoc committee to consider amendments to the policy regarding the use of titles, as well as the insertion of the county's interests in talking about who qualifies for this policy?
I would really like to just send it back and get it back. How long is this going to take you guys to talk about this? Can we not get this back in a month? Are we going to name a building within a month? Is it really that?
I'm not, we'd have to look to staff to see what they think is happening with the.
Yeah.
Well,
naming
Well, I
building.
was actually going to ask Laura. She's sitting back there.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Comfortably in chairs.
thankfully participated in the process too. And I will just say of the policies we looked at, I don't recall them saying anything about not including the title. And so to me, it seems not necessarily like there's a lot more research that needs to be done. It's really the board's decision at this point as to whether we want to make it that restrictive at the outset or leave it on a case-by-case basis. I'm not really sure how much more staff work we could do to look into that to be.
Hi, Laura.
Good morning. So the new navigation center.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Oops.
All right, start over again. The navigation center probably is the building that we have coming up most quickly. Yes, we have purchased some buildings. The Barton building, what we were calling the Carlton building, we're now calling the Ponderosa building. So we are kind of trying to come up with, some consistency via that location, because that is when we don't have a individual named after the building, we typically do just refer to the geographical location.
Right.
But yes, the homeless center, we probably have 6 months before we would have to look at making that decision.
So you're calling the navigation center, the Fair Navigation Center?
That's too confusing. That one might be.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Or the Fair Lane Navigation Center, or?
Yes, there obviously would be specific instances where you may want to actually come up with a.
Got it.
Well, and to your point, under policy Roman numeral 2, item E, it says building naming should occur as early in the acquisition or
Yes.
construction as possible to avoid informal naming. And you
Yes.
just cited an example where you've informally renamed something. So that's why I think it's important. Let's just get something down and let's tweak as we need, as we see fit.
Okay, well then make a new motion. You can do that and we'll vote on that first.
So there's a motion and a second on the table. Do I hear a second motion?
Oh, that's so weird how you
I
guys
know.
do that.
Just do it.
Okay, so I would move that we approve the naming and renaming of county-owned buildings with the inclusion of amending every place where it says naming a building to say both naming and renaming, just that simple cleanup. And that we redirect staff and the ad hoc committee to return at a later time with regards to the possible naming of a building that might include a higher level official other than a county official.
I'll second for discussion, but I would like to ask you to incorporate staff's recommendations on eliminating the word county elected or appointed official. And then also the other word that was added, because I think for clarity, that those refinements really do help. So that was their recommendation. I'm consistent with that. So if you'd modify your motion to include that.
Just to make that change right now?
Well, yeah, just to include that in addition to the restating of naming and renaming, because they suggested some terms and stuff. I think they make a lot of good sense, but there were 2 places in the policy that they would like to make changes. So if you include those, I second.
Okay, so I know of one place, and that's what I just mentioned, which was
There's
the
actually three
higher-
places.
what's the other place?
On 3A, under procedure,
Right.
where it says third sentence, when recommending a building be named for an individual, take out county elected or appointed official and just go to the resolution. So
Okay,
It's not restricted to a county elected or appointed official. So
gotcha.
It can be an employee, it can be something else.
Okay.
And then the other area, Sue, help me with this one. You suggested a word. Two.
Oh, see microphone.
Okay.
In Roman numeral 2, section G,
G.
this was recommended as to provide flexibility in case we want to provide, include the possibility of naming a building after someone who wasn't a county appointed or elected official. But if you're gonna send it back to the ad hoc committee for more study on that, then maybe we don't make that change right now. We just
Okay,
stick with
just the
the
two.
cleanup.
So I was very comfortable with the recommendation from county council that we just, the sentence would read, a building may be named after an individual who has served the county's interests as an elected official, blah, blah, blah. So
Okay.
I'm very comfortable with that. If there's agreement on the
Yes.
board right now, then let's go ahead.
I
Okay.
second the motion. Yep.
So I'll try to clean that up a little bit. So I move that we approve the naming and renaming of county-owned buildings as presented with the cleanup language of everywhere there's the word naming, we add naming and renaming, which is in 3 different places.
Mhm.
That we also clean up the language on policy 2G to say, in rare instances, a building may be named after an individual who has served the county's interests as an blah, 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 end of sentence.
Mhm.
And then also on procedure 3A, that the words county elected or appointed official are struck in the 3rd sentence.
I'll second. Nicely done. County council has a comment.
I apologize for not addressing this sooner, but just maybe one more thing if I could request. In 2G, if you're going to be adding in the phrase county's interests, just to be clear, I might also suggest in the final sentence of that section where it refers to that individual having been separated from county service for a
Right.
period of at least 2 years,
All right,
that instead of county service, perhaps you just use the term official service.
okay,
Got it.
Oh, for
Okay,
consistency.
yeah,
That's a good
that
catch.
helps too. Thank you.
perfect. And does,
I'm sorry,
did-
will your motion also include to direct the ad hoc
Yep.
to come back?
that's what we were just contemplating. No, that was a good catch. So is there additional desire by the board to send this back for another relook, or have we
That's fine.
kind of cleaned up enough?
How do you feel, John?
I think we've cleaned up enough because we can always, future boards can change it again, but if the majority of the board would like to send it back, we can certainly address it. It should be short to turn that around. But you never know what you get into when you find examples, if we're gonna go out and look for things that other counties have done, we might come across something that we'd have to discuss. So I would prefer to leave it out at this point, but it's your motion, so.
Okay, let's leave it as it is for now.
Okay, so there's a second motion and a second on the table. Any
Yes.
further discussion on that? All right, and
I'd like to make a 3rd motion.
I think we've only done that once, right? Dave?
I think we've got an ocean of motions. We need-
we're having a very simple naming policy. We certainly complicated matters, didn't we?
Yep.
All right, so we will take a vote on the second motion first. And I won't make you read that back, Kim. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I will actually say aye to that motion.
I'm a no.
Okay, no. Actually, so the second motion carries 4-1. All right, because I appreciated that you incorporated some of the concerns and conversations.
Right.
So recognizing that this could be a fluid thing, but at least we have something in place. All right, well, thank you all for your work on this. Appreciate it. All right, it is 12 o'clock, but our Public Health and Human Service Agency is here.
Right.
What is the will of the board to hear this item before we break for lunch?
Please.
I just need a 5-minute. I got it.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we will hear item number 34. Yeah, thank you all. All right, great. We will now hear item number 34, Kim.
Item number 34 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, one, receive a fee study report dated July 20th, 2022, performed by MGT Consulting for HHSA Public Health Clinic, Vital Statistics and Animal Services. Two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution establishing fees effective September 23rd of 2023, specific to Animal Services Program. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution establishing fees effective September 23rd of 2023, specific to the Public Health Clinic and Vital Statistics Program.
Good morning, Kimmy. Pleasure to have you here this morning.
I should say good afternoon, right? We
Yes.
just worked over. I was wondering what my intro would be for you guys.
Madam Chair, can you open the public hearing?
Oh, pardon me. With that, I open the public hearing. Thank you.
Perfect. So yes, good afternoon. So our county had contracted with MGT Consulting to perform a cost of service study using our actual expenditures, our staffing costs, and our operational information. The study included a review of our fee-for-service activities within the following areas. Public health had our clinic services, communicable disease treatment services, our medical marijuana program, our vital statistics, and in our community services arena is our animal services department. The primary goals of the study were to define what it costs the county to provide the various fee-related services, determine whether there are any services where a fee should be collected, identify service areas where the county might adjust fees based on either our full cost of services and other economic or policy considerations. There are areas where a state implements their caps of fees. Develop revenue projections based on recommended increases or decreases based on those fees. I do want to note in California, user fees are limited to the estimated reasonable cost of providing a service by Government Code Section 66014A and other supplementary legislation. Proposition 26 was approved by California voters in November of 2010 and clarified which charges are considered user fees and which are considered taxes. The significance of this distinction in particular is that user fees may be raised by the county's board action up to the limit of the actual cost, whereas taxes may not be increased without a majority vote of the public. None of these fees adjustments recommended by MGT Consulting are considered taxes per Proposition 26 guidelines. So given that, the resolutions provided have our department fee recommendations would result in an overall revenue reduction of $3,000 and $3,033. And this consists of our clinical communicable disease treatment services, our vital statistics, and our animal services.
When do you hear a government agency reduce their fees?
I know, right?
It's a rarity. Right, it is. Oh, well, thank you for bringing this forward to our board. I found the report very thorough and very interesting to understand the scope of, everything that animal services do and our other divisions. So thank you for this. Does the board have any questions or comments at this time?
Not at this time.
No? No? All right, with that, because this is a public hearing, we will get public comment on this item. Thank you, Kimmy.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 34, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is public hearing participant. Just very quickly, again, shout out. I haven't used all these services here in this county, but I've used all of them in other counties. And it's just, I never had any idea how the cost of registering home births, of what I got for, with my pets, and then the many decades taking folks to county health services that had no other options. So it's an education both to see how well everything is done, and then, as folks say, to celebrate that actually it's done efficiently and at a lower cost, even in inflationary times. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Leo. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action or additional.
I'm going to move the item.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you but all for all your work on this.
Yes.
Great. And so with that, the board will now recess to lunch and be back at 1 p.m. for our open forum. Thank you all for being with us this morning, and we'll see you this afternoon. Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are back from lunch. And this time is open forum. So Kim, would you please read this item?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Just
I
in the
could
nick of
keep
time.
a straight face. So what's she gonna do if I show up and she has to decide, do I take him in person or on the phone? I'll give it out later. Sorry. Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. I'm looking for a bumper sticker on tolerance. Today is what I'm addressing, tolerance. It's in the context, I'm sorry, Supervisor Heidel, of your Christian Heritage Month. It's really heating up. You're getting letters, ACLU, all over the place. I beg you to listen to what you said today. We don't need conflict. We need unity. This is a cultural war, third rail you touched inadvertently, I hope. And there's so many more positive things that need to be happening here. So I urge those of you that voted for it, I wish Supervisor Lane could, but she can't because she didn't vote for it, parliamentary procedures, put it on the agenda. Discuss it. It's just a rule. You can't bring a motion back if you haven't voted for it. But anyway, maybe you have exceptions here. I don't know. That's how I was trained. Sorry, bad digression. So anyway, that's what tolerance is about. That's what the bumper sticker says. You cited stuff, unfortunately, that is deeply embedded in Christian nationalism, which is associated with white supremacy. This text in your background said, this country was founded not by religious. That's a code word for all these fights about that this is not a country of Christian people, that it's a Christian country. And we don't need to be down in the weeds with all of this stuff. There's just so many more positives. So just urging you to do everything you've done today, which is listening to stakeholders, having a process. This is what good governance is about, because I've done it in my life. You know, you make a mistake. It's about why you follow blueprints. You don't have to tear down your house, you know, all those things. I'm just urging you. I'll hand out the tolerance stickers. Please do that. The other topic, great conversation, closed session, all that. I'm here to tell you that I have sat at meetings waiting for the board to come back from closed session. We feel it's a value as a citizen advocate. We want to know when you're done doing the public's business. Compromise would be to put it in the minutes when you shut down. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to tell me someday, where do you all leave when they shut this whole hall down and you go home from closed session? So anyway, I think there's some compromises, but I do think it's best practice to come in and explain to the public or put it in your minutes so that we know when you actually finished and maybe actually go home, not be like, was it Mark where you were joking when you sleep? So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Hi, good afternoon. Lyle must live really close because I can't just run over there. I would love to be there in person with you. Of course, now I have to be diverted. Lyle, I know you mean well, and I know that our board means well. I would like to remind everybody that I'm looking right now. I happened to Google it in our state of California and county that we also acknowledge Jewish Heritage Month, Islamic Heritage Month. Many of us had to deal with Pride Month, which is not necessarily something that is within our values. I'm proud to be a Christian. I'm proud to be an American. I thank Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Turnbull for acknowledging that we are a proud group of people too. We are kind. We are active in our communities. We are generous and we are charitable. And so I would just like to say thank you very much for not isolating us like the rest of the world likes to do, as some of the words that our previous speaker used. And I would really like to see him at some of our churches and food banks and things that we do throughout the community. I'm sure Supervisor Turnbull could make that happen. And he could see how amazing the Christian population in El Dorado County is. So thank you. I also, this is just a personal thing, as we're about to enter some really, I know, difficult conversations, difficult planning commission meetings, difficult APAC meetings, especially here in El Dorado Hills, where I live and also represent District 1 at the GOP. In honor of process and trying to be as negotiating as we can, there seems to be a perceived notion that when people have boundaries, that they are unreasonable, that they are unwilling to come to the middle, that they are unwilling to listen. And I just want you to know, I'm sure you have boundaries. We also have boundaries, those of us who wish to preserve what we have left to preserve. I just spent all day yesterday in Davis Pet Hospital, unfortunately, with my dog, and the congestion, traffic, homelessness, it's really become a sad place to be. I took some video and posted it. Folsom, I've been doing. So when we fight for our quality of life, our traffic measures, our general plan, it's nothing personal. It's not that we're trying to be difficult, mean, treat people unhumanely. Some of the words that have been thrown at, especially myself, I respect all of you. And I hope that in the coming months to year process that we can listen, do what's best for El Dorado Hills. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Barbara Rogers.
Good afternoon, Barbara. Barbara, we can't hear you. Muted.
Yeah, she's muted herself.
Barbara, if you're
I'm trying to, I've unmuted.
You got it.
Okay. Well, Lori Parlin and both George Turnbull know my feelings on Cameron Park Community Service Districts, but I want to share with all of you. You know, I've been in the county since '77, worked for the city of Placerville Fire, retired out of county fire. When I retired in '05, I decided to get involved in my community at Cameron Park. I've been going to all the meetings almost consistently since 2004. So this is regarding not only the article in the paper about our medic unit, but our fire service as well down here. I want to go on the record that in my opinion, the forefathers and past board members and some of the current board members have not done their fiduciary responsibilities with our tax dollars. When you read
you've muted yourself, Barbara.
I'm sorry.
When
you read the article in the Mountain Democrat, it starts off as, you know, the decision to not staff our ambulance with our CAL FIRE partners for the next couple of years will save the district $180,000. Here's the deal. Over the years, all the money that has ever been saved by the underutilization dollars by our contract with CAL FIRE has been utilized to balance the district budget. The Cameron Park Community Service District, in my opinion, has never worked the other side of the budget, parks and recreation. They've never had a balanced budget. They've never been very transparent about the numbers. Here we are almost to the end of July, and we still don't have a budget, you guys. I mean, to me, it's ludicrous. I've heard it over and over again, all the excuses that they make. So I do want to go on the record. While it makes me very sad about our ambulance, I understand why we cannot afford it, and we will probably annex into another fire district. But I will tell you, I put the complete blame on the past leaders and current leaders of the Cameron Park Community Service District. They only care about Parks and Rec. They really don't care about our public safety. And I mean that, and I challenge them to even challenge me on that, because I've talked to Lori for years about this. I've talked to George for years. Prior to that, Shiva, prior to that, Brian Veerkamp. This district is a mess. And I thank you for listening. I just want to go on the record.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good afternoon, Melody.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I would like to state that as a Christian, my family were founding members of Calvary Chapel, the largest non-denominational church in America. I have also worked closely with Capital Ministries and the Salt and Light Council, which vets various bills coming before legislature. And you've heard me speak on numerous occasions at the Board of Supervisors and elsewhere regarding biblical standards, where it says in Ephesians 5:11, take no part in the worthless deeds of evil and darkness. Instead, expose them. As you know, Compass to Truth is a whistleblower organization whose principles are based on biblical precepts, and also the rights of the individuals to call into accountability the Board of Supervisors and other department heads when they have violated certain good governance or just basic ethical boundaries. But getting down to the nitty gritty of what we've been seeing taking place in this county in particular, and what also took place this morning during item number 30, the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, there are some very disturbing trends that I see that the Board of Supervisors is pretty much violating and showing their support of when there is evil going on and calling evil good and good evil. George, after I had made public comments and public comments were closed, you spoke up in support of the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee when you appear to be very ignorant of a lot of the facts and the history of the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, which was formerly known as the River Management Committee. These individuals have threatened, harassed, and violated the Brown Act and just made just some very egregious violations. Lori Parlin also has refused to respond to constituent concerns. All of these are the right of the citizens, Compass to Truth in particular, to expose those works of darkness to the light of truth. The facts speak for themselves. Lastly, Wendy Thomas, you made a response to publicly in the Mountain Democrat to the Taxpayers Association, and to not focus on negativity. It is that's a Pollyanna approach. You need to look at the facts, Wendy. And again, remember you are a public servant.
Thank you for your comments, Melody.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Ken. Ken, can you hear us?
Well, hi there. Ken
Hello.
Greenwood here from the Triple Junction through 235 district. Yes, the other day on Sly Park Road between Doe View Place and Buckhorn Road, the AT&T had a line down that was functionally blocking the road, and it tied up a El Dorado Fire Department engine for about 2 hours directing traffic until DOT arrived. It created quite a mess, and it turns out I was going up Mormon Immigrant Trail, so I had to go all the way around through Sierra Springs, Starks Grade, back up to Sly Park, and then down to Mormon Immigrant Trail. And I had to do the same thing on the way back because 4 hours later, they were still blocking the road. And on my way up to Mormon Immigrant today, they are actually working on this thing. Basically, they had Sly Park Road tied up with a 3 to 5 mile detour, had there been a fire or something, an emergency, it would have been really serious. Okay, I don't know, and I haven't talked to DOT about this, about how much time they spent on this, et cetera, et cetera. Bottom line is, AT&T has been notorious for taking the Board of Supervisors for a ride, by the way. Remember the trees? I got one in one hand and one in the other. Picture a beautiful tree as promised by AT&T and that ugly tree that you actually get. And we're talking about wireless communication facilities that are disguised as trees. Anyway, so we've been giving them a hell of a break here for years, and now they're tying up traffic on our roads, endangering our citizens. And these lines are big and heavy, and it's been nice and hot, and so they stretch, and they're lower and lower all the time. And in fact, when I was detouring on Stark's grade, there was, in fact, flags hanging from a couple of the lines indicating that they were kind of close. So anyway, what I'm getting at here is we need to quit giving them the advantage, and we also need to be responsible for their lines. I can follow up with Raphael and DOT and all that. I'd be happy to answer his questions, and then we can work on getting us back to the board for some direction on that. Also, your agenda items are not cross-referenced on the Legistar thing, if you will. You go to Legistar and there's no reference back to the actual agenda.
Thank you, Ken.
And I've been complaining about that for a while. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mandy.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I just read that article in the paper last night about your proclamation for Christianity Month. And I mean, between this and the Human Rights Commission, you guys are like the biggest perpetrators of white supremacy in this county. And I can't believe that I got lumped in with you guys, because I'm going to have to denounce you guys too. It's just, on a real note, I wish that you guys would have maybe not taken the knee to the mob when this whole Toys for Tots thing happened. Because here it is, almost 3 years later, you guys are still stepping in doo-doo. When if you would have stood on truth like I did, and many of the people that stuck up for me or that were involved, if you guys would have stood on the truth back then, you wouldn't be still getting attacked to this day. And that's the saddest thing. And so the lesson to be learned here is always stand on the truth, no matter how much you get beat up and how many people lie on you and attack you. Always stand on the truth. Never kneel to anybody but to God. And you'll do just fine in this life. So lesson learned, you guys. I'm sorry that you guys are all being called white supremacist. It's just, you'll never atone for your skin color. So unfortunately, have a great day. Bye.
Anyone else online, Kim?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so with that, we'll bring it back to the board. And the next item is actually our 2 p.m. time allocation. It's a hearing, item number 35. So at this point, we will now recess to closed session to hear item 38, which is the last item on closed session. And we did report out on item number 39 when we came back. Do we expect any report out on item number 38?
It's unlikely.
Okay, but if we do, we will be back out and report on that. All right.
Madam Chair, when do you want to do two in front? You want to do that?
Is the will of the board to do them now, to get them done?
I would be in favor of that.
If everybody can be quick enough, because we don't want to break them up. We did that once and it was really awkward.
That's true.
Can everybody be quick?
I can be done in like 5 minutes.
Okay, is everyone prepared?
We're gonna put a clock on you.
Okay.
I was just gonna say that.
I can talk fast too.
So we have one. So quick question. We will be back at 2 o'clock. We have hearings. So I don't want to
Right.
miss our 2 p.m. time allocation. How long do we do we really anticipate number 38 being a short item?
Very
Okay,
short.
great. Well, let's do to and from then, and Supervisor Heidel, why don't you start us
Okay,
off?
so the big event for Supervisor Thomas and I was the El Dorado County Chamber Study Mission. We went to Austin, Texas, 5-day event, but I'm going to give you the top 4 takeaways I had. The first was the visit to Community First Village. It's hosted by Alan Graham, his gentleman's name. It's a homeless community with over 400 residential structures, including 3D printed living quarters. I'll mention we took a lot of photographs and videos and been sending back. It's associated with the mobile loaves and fishes, which means there's a lot of volunteers that are including in some of the residents to provide services to help clean up the gardens, et cetera. And I would like to have either our EDOC COC or the county sponsor Alan to come to California and share his experiences and answer questions, because I think it could very much help us in defining the needs associated with the navigation center. So second item, we visited a one-stop shop recreation facility that was based on having what they call 3 sheets of ice. So hockey, skating, all those kinds of things. But then they had a lot of related activities around it. And the reason I'm calling it one stop, a family could go there and spend the whole day just doing the things a family loves to do, including food courts, et cetera. The Folsom Ranch project, which is 18 acres, will include 2 sheets of ice for similar activities on Prairie City Road. They're talking about year-round ice hockey, skating, and other recreational services and facilities. And so I think that's something that we all need to kind of monitor, because that will bring a new venue of activities to the Highway 50 corridor. And I think that's going to benefit us. And I think it'll benefit that whole community, you know, associated with the Folsom, Rancho Cordova, El Dorado Hills, and El Dorado County in general. The third thing is we got to visit Austin City Limits. And if you're familiar with the ongoing broadcasting and how long that's been going, very impressed with their multi-use facility and live music venues. There was a lot of things that came out of that be glad to share if anybody's interested in how we might bring some of those types of features to El Dorado County. And lastly, I got connected to try to revisit our California Mobility Center activities of doing a conversion of a diesel to electric train for excursion purposes on the Sacramento Placer Valley Transportation Corridor. Turns out one of the main individuals we were looking to line up with in terms of the funding left the California Mobility Center unbeknownst to us. And so our calls, I guess, have been unreturned. And so I now have new connections and I want to get a restart to that. So for Chris and other people interested in trains, this is the let's get it started again activity. So those are my 4.
Excellent. Well done. Very efficient.
All right.
Hey,
Dang.
well done.
Dang.
Good job.
Am I right now, Supervisor Lane?
Ready for this?
Ready.
Supervisor Heidel?
Yes.
No report.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That was a little lengthy. You could tighten it up next time.
Okay, no.
We're going to make it. We're going to make it.
Sounds good. Supervisor Turnbow.
Nothing really to report out. I just haven't met with a lot of county staff and department heads and stuff. And so that's pretty much it.
All right, excellent. Supervisor Parlin?
I did not promise 5 minutes, so.
Good.
No, I'm kidding. So I just wanted to, last Wednesday, I met with my Fish and Wildlife Commissioner, who's also the chair, Pat Weddle. And it was interesting because he kind of brought out what we've been talking about with our advisory committees. And I think the Fish and Wildlife Commission is one of those commissions that's kind of trying to understand, get more connected to the board. And when he brought that up, I said I'd reach out to our CAO about how to do that. And I had a specific thing to talk to them about. And it's, and maybe some of you, I know Supervisor Turnbull has, but deer annually get impaled on those spiky wrought iron fences.
Right.
And what is the role of government versus, public education? I don't really think we want a bunch of legislation on it or anything, but how do we approach that to educate folks? So our CAO suggested that I use that as an opportunity to engage the commission. So I will reach back out because I just talked to her yesterday, and we'll try to get that commission feeling more engaged with the board in that advisory capacity that we keep talking about. And I really don't like seeing those photos of the impaled deer on social media. It's just, we don't want over government, but we do want people to maybe have the opportunity to understand those impacts when they buy that type of fencing, and there are options. So I'm going to throw that at that commission, just so you all know. And then I did have a meeting with DOT to follow up on our CIP conversation in preparation And for that workshop that's coming up, we're going to have that workshop with DOT to follow up on, remember we talked about, were you here? Were you here for that one?
No, but you
Oh,
filled me
okay.
in on it.
Okay,
Yes.
I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So anyway, to prepare and kind of answer some of the questions that we brought up that day. So I appreciate the follow-up because we had quite a robust conversation that day on the CIP. And then I just wanted to do kind of a shout out, I think more than anything. I had an on-site meeting with Brian Mullins from DOT and the general manager from the Georgetown Divide Rec District, GDRD, out by the Greenwood Schoolhouse. The rec district is having some access issues to their property, and DOT just happens to have a yard next door. So we're being creative and looking at, and we're just exploring county council options. And I just really appreciated that Brian and the DOT group are just trying to be creative and help out this rec district so that the public can once again use that facility. And there's a cute little playground out there. So they just kind of inadvertently got boxed in by neighbors, and we're trying to help them out. So, and that little schoolhouse, if you haven't been there, is just a gem. I just love it out there. So I don't know if the board will end up having to engage on that or not, but just a heads up. And also just a thank you to the DOT. I didn't think they were going to come up with anything, and they just hit it out of the park. So I'm very excited. And then just lastly, just a heads up that a taxpayer yesterday morning, Richard Ross of the Charter Review Committee was the guest speaker. And I think those meetings are recorded on the taxpayer's Facebook page. I'm pretty sure if you want to go listen to what he said.
Okay.
I thought he gave a good update. That's it.
Excellent.
Was
Thank
that 5
you.
minutes?
Did very
3,
well.
4?
I think it was less. Good.
Awesome.
It was good.
All right. A highlight of my week this week after getting back to the study mission, which I'll talk about in a minute. Start the clock, by the way.
Yeah.
No pressure. Is
I can see your notes.
ouch.
Oh.
Had an opportunity to I was invited to a meeting yesterday with Health and Human Services leadership, our CAO's office, our behavioral health, some members of our behavioral health staff, and our children's health providers. And as we know, the behavioral health contracts in our community have been a area of concern and focus in light of the new CalAIM initiative, as we've been trying to walk through this brand new mandate and how we make it work for our children's providers to make sure they have the resources they need to serve the need and meet the needs of the children in our community, while we also internally have what we need to administer the program. And I have to say that there are new verbal agreements in place now with the providers. This item will be coming to our board on August 15th. And there has been tremendous leadership with our staff, and we are now moving in the right direction. So I am just delighted to report on that and look forward to that coming before our board. And just immense kudos to our county leadership, our staff, and the community providers who have come to the table in good faith, and we were able to work through that productively. So really, really grateful for that. Supervisor Heidel did a great job talking about some of the highlights from the study mission. It was a privilege to be at this joint chamber study mission with the El Dorado County and Folsom, and even the Rancho chamber was also involved. And so one of my main takeaways is that one of the things that has made Austin remarkable and stand out is that they have a focus on community branding and have embraced the arts in a very rich way. They are the self-proclaimed music capital of the world. I had no idea. When you think
Live
Nashville,
music.
you think of others. Yeah, live music capital of the world. They also have a moniker, Keep Austin Weird. And they have really embraced both of those things, which has added a real richness and vibrancy that you see throughout their city with their public arts projects, their taglines, their slogans. Private businesses have wrapped themselves around these kind of two monikers, and without them, Austin would just be a disconnected community and just another city in the world. But it's kind of shows you the power of branding and community focus that has come as a result of intense and prolonged community engagement. That was a very interesting takeaway. We also went to Georgetown, Texas. And that little town is very similar to Placerville. In fact, as you go along this, it's built like Sonoma around a central square, but their facades are the facades you see on downtown Placerville, which was fascinating. What was interesting is that little town has a vibrancy and a richness because they have been focused on preserving their history and community character, which we also know is so important to our community and our constituents. They've also have a rich focus on the arts and incorporating that into their city. And what's interesting, Supervisor Lane, is we met with one of their council members and their city manager. And one of the things that they are struggling with right now is their vacation rentals. As Austin has brought a tech industry that is bringing a lot of money to the Austin area, the suburbs are, especially those, community destinations that are sought after. Investors are coming in and buying up neighborhoods. And there's also a private university there, and they're finding they don't have the housing that they need for that population. So they're really struggling with how to handle that. And I shared with the council member our buffer zones. Because right now they're talking about caps and how that cap might not quite meet their need to preserving neighborhoods. So we had a rich dialogue with that, which was kind of interesting. And it was also, the chamber was a great opportunity for really rich collaboration between our neighboring cities and counties along the Highway 50 corridor, which connects us. Because as our constituents don't necessarily know county lines, and it's really nice to be able to talk with our neighboring partners about issues that we're all facing, whether it's from a local government standpoint or business standpoint. So it was definitely worth our time and while to engage. So with that, I am done. I think I was over. My apologies.
30 seconds.
Okay, good. CAO's office.
Thank you. I have nothing to report.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
fine. Show me up. All right.
With respect to the strategic planning activities, does anybody want to update us on that? Because we are looking at the next steps, but maybe it's too early. But I got a calendar date, so.
Are we ready to share that information? The calendar? I don't think we're
that's what
quite
I'm
ready
asking.
because we haven't gotten.
I think we have another
But
meeting.
we do.
Okay.
It's getting close. Lots of work behind the
So
scenes.
I guess, yeah, so the
Yes,
heads up
and-
is we're
and
getting
soon-
close to making
Mhm.
announcements where the
Yep.
public can get engaged again, and we're making good
Absolutely.
progress.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And we're dark for 2 weeks, right? So our next meeting's
15th,
August 15th.
Yeah.
Everybody go, yay.
Yeah. All right. With that, we will see you back at 2 p.m.
motion?
All right. And with that, we are back. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. It's our 2 p.m. time allocation on item number 35 for a public hearing.
Madam Chair.
Kim? Yes.
I'm sorry, before we do that, could I just briefly report out from closed session?
My apologies. Yes.
Simply to say, there is no action to report out.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping us on task. And so with that, Kim, can you please read this item?
Item number 35 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department Planning Division, forwarding the Planning Commission's recommendation regarding East Ridge Village. The Planning Commission recommending the board, 1, find that the 1998 Valley View Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report and a 2015 Notice of Exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines, Section 15182 for the East Ridge Valley Tentative Subdivision Map continues to be relevant and adequate environmental analysis to address the impacts of completing the development. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance approving community benefit and development agreement. 3, enter and execute development agreement between the County of El Dorado and East Ridge Holdings LLC. 4, consider if as you pay go special funds contemplated under the development agreement be prioritized to mitigate local road impacts. And 5, consider an additional item to be added to the proposed development agreement similar to the current Carson Creek development agreement. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
Thank you, Kim. And with that, I open the public hearing on this item. And good afternoon, Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, here to present the item before you. There's a lot here, so I'm trying not to read it, but I will have a presentation here, show a couple of exhibits, and then take any questions that you guys might have after that.
Very good.
So the project before you is a consideration of a request for a community benefit and development agreement for East Ridge Village, a planned community within the specific Valley View specific plan. The proposed community benefit and development agreement, which is file number DA 22-0001, which I will refer to moving forward as proposed DA, attachment C of your Legistar. The East Ridge Village is depicted, so I'm going to share a screen real quick. You can all see that. So depicted in pink here on the attachment Exhibit A of attachment G, which is the location map. So you can see it in this area here. So there was a development agreement for the entirety of the Valley View specific plan, which I'm going to take down this, excuse me. So there was a development agreement for the entirety of the Valley View specific plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors in December 1998. That development agreement has expired in 2018. However, the White Rock Village, which you see here at the northern end of the property or the project, and the West Valley Village, which is commonly referred to as Blackstone, were both seen in this Exhibit D of attachment G, and were both developed underneath that development agreement. That one. Lastly, so the East Ridge Village tentative subdivision map, which was approved on June 11th, 2015, and it's TM 14-1521, creates approximately 759 lots consisting of 701 residential lots, 41 landscaping lots, 12 roadway lots, 2 recreational park lots, a sewer lift station lot, a water tank lot, and a pump station lot. The current expiration date of the tentative subdivision map is June 11th, 2024. And I will quickly bring that up for everyone to see so that the folks in the audience can see that map while we're talking about it. So again, this is still an active map, and it would expire on June 11th, 2024 next year. The tentative map on the screen is Exhibit D of attachment G. And also a large lot final map was also approved for financing and phasing purposes for the total subdivision. So I know it's not very visible, but effectively you can see the residential lots through here and some of the larger and roadway network lots throughout the subdivision. Okay, so the proposed DA would extend the life of the East Ridge Village tentative subdivision map for 10 years, establishing a new expiration date of June 11th 2034. No changes to the Eastridge Village tentative subdivision map are being proposed, and the project would be developed under existing conditions as recommended. Consideration of the request for the approval of the proposed DA is being evaluated by the board along with the abandonment of an existing CFD and formation of a new CFD through Legistar item 23-1054 identified as agenda item 36 on today's agenda immediately following this item. This item would continue to authorize bonding authority for the purpose of financing in part certain development fees and to advance funds for certain public improvements, including payment of certain fees to prescribed public and entities other than the county. The proposed DA would provide community-wide benefits, including a community benefit fee of $500 per dwelling unit to be utilized for any purpose benefiting the community as determined in the sole discretion of the Board of Supervisors, and revise the excess pay-as-you-go or PAYGO special tax revenues to be transferred to the county for the purposes of improvements to the county roadways through the El Dorado County Road Fund. Authorization of the DA would necessarily authorize execution of the use of special tax fund agreement, which is attachment D of Legistar item G. On February 14th, 2023, the board unanimously adopted staff's recommendation to conceptually approve the 10-year proposed development agreement with the applicant, with the understanding that the final DA would provide assurances for the $500 community benefit fee, that the applicant assist the county with the formation of a new CFD requiring all excess CFD special tax to be transferred to the road fund, as I previously described, and that the final DA would provide, I'm sorry, I lost a couple things, and that the items would be taken to the Planning Commission in a timely fashion, and that both items would be coordinated and bringing back to your board. And so that's why you're seeing both of those items today. The board further directed staff to send, to the Planning Commission as soon as practical was the language used, and that directed the county's bond screening committee to prepare and review the necessary resolution to amend, revise, and or replace as appropriate the existing CFD with the new CFD. On May 11, 2023, the Planning Commission heard the request for the DA. The PC staff report exhibits and findings have been attached to your Legistar item as attachments E, F, and G, respectively. At the PC hearing, 2 public comments were received, one from the El Dorado El Dorado Hills Community Services District, and one from the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, included as attachments H and I. The El Dorado Hills CSD letter included a request to add a requirement for the project to be included in the EDH CFD number 2019-01, which was established after the approval of the Eastridge tentative subdivision map. The fire department letter included a request to update the project fire safe plan, a comment on roadway and driveway standards, and a request for establishment of an additional CFD for fire and emergency services and administration fees. At the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant was not amenable to modifying the terms of the development agreement to incorporate these requests. The PC approved unanimously the recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to find that the 1998 Valley View Specific Plan EIR and the 2015 Notice of Exemption under the CEQA guidelines for the Eastridge Village tentative subdivision map continue to be the relevant and adequate environmental analysis, to enter into and execute the development agreement 22-0001 between the County of El Dorado and Eastridge Holdings LLC et al. And that staff should meet with the El Dorado Hills Fire Department and the El Dorado Hills Community Services District and other interested agencies prior to the board's consideration of the development agreement and provide an update. And then request that the board consider if the PAYGO funds contemplated under the DA should be prioritized to mitigate local road impacts. And then a request that the board consider an additional term to be added to the proposed development agreement, similar to the term that was added to the Carson Creek DA section 3.9 regarding a regional connector road. So I'm going to go into those 3 additional recommendations real quick above the 2 sort of standard ones. Recommendation number 3 in the Planning Commission recommendation is that staff facilitate a meeting with the applicants and EDH Fire Department and the Community Services District The purpose of that recommendation was to further discuss requests and concerns of the agencies as noted in those public comments, attachments H and I. Meetings were conducted with both agencies. No changes to the development agreement were requested by the applicant because of those discussions. These discussions were intended to meet the intent of recommendation 3 from the Planning Commission. So the board does not need to further consider that recommendation, and this is the update that was requested. The applicant has submitted an overview of those discussions as a public comment identified as attachment 12 on your Legistar item. And the El Dorado Hills CSD has provided a supplemental comment letter for today's item clarifying their request, and it is included as attachment 11 on your Legistar item. Almost there. Recommendation 4 regarding the use of PAYGO funds was intended to prioritize roadways in El Dorado Hills area, with the roads outside of the area being at a lower priority. And then recommendation number 5 regarding the regional connector was intended to require the developer to grant an irrevocable offer of dedication, or IOD, at no cost to the county for the land that may be needed for the planned regional connector that would generally connect areas east of Latrobe Road to the White Rock Road in Sac County. The connector is a conceptual planning stage and is not in the county CIP. The applicant did not wish to provide an IOD for a regional connector as has expressed concerns about the conceptual nature of the project at this point. Attachment J of this item includes the language from section 3.9 of the Carson Creek DA that was identified in the PC's recommendation. So lastly, on June 6, 2023, the board approved resolution 087-2023 for the formation of the El Dorado County Community Facilities District. That's the new facilities district, and set up a public hearing for July 18, 2023. That item was continued to today's agenda and is immediately following item number 35 as number 36 on your agenda. The auditor controller is bringing the CFD item to the board on behalf of the Assessment Community Facilities District Bond Screening Committee. So alternatives, the board may choose not to approve the development agreement. If that were to happen, the applicant may still develop the East Ridge Village under the existing approved tentative subdivision map, which expires on June 11, 2024. The applicant could finalize a small lot approval of a small lot map prior to the date of expiration and utilize the phasing for a maximum of additional 10 years through the Subdivision Map Act. The project would no longer be required to contribute the $500 per unit community benefit fee, nor change the CFD PAYGO structure. The board may also choose to approve the proposed DA with modifications, including and up to considering the request identified by the CSD and the fire districts. So in closing, staff is bringing forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board to 1, find that the 1998 Valley View Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, and well, actually, as Kim read to open the item so that I don't have to reread all the items, but I'd be happy to provide any clarity on those 5 recommendations should you need those. And that concludes my staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well done. There's a lot here, and appreciate you really clearly breaking down everything that's before us on this, and appreciate your explanation. So questions, comments, District 1.
Yeah, my only question is I heard staff's recommendation on the PAYGO funding that it be prioritized for El Dorado Hills, but secondary. Is there a reason why the recommendation wasn't just go into TIF Zone C? And that would seem to solve the whole equation. So including the community benefit fees.
Well, so Rob Peters again, that was the Planning Commission's recommendation and not necessarily staff's. And so although it was labeled in the way that I provided, the intent was for El Dorado Hills, but it sounds like.
Mr. Joe.
Mr. Harn. You're live.
Joe Harn, Humboldt County bookkeeper. As part of the Mello-Roos law, that there has to be a nexus where the funds are spent. So way up by your house, probably it would be inappropriate to use this money that will go, we'll have to make a separate fund within the road fund, but it would be inappropriate to maintain roads up by your house. It'd be inappropriate to maintain roads in Pollock Pines.
So how would we designate the zone of benefit?
I've had some discussions with Raphael. He would periodically do studies of the traffic generated out of the subdivision. Maybe everybody's going to drive to maybe everybody's going to go to Applebee's for dinner in Cameron Park.
Okay.
Unlikely, but there would be some analysis done by DOT, but generally the money would go to White Rock Road between the freeway and Latrobe, Latrobe Road. I mean, again, there's been informal discussions, but that could change over time based on some kind of new business, some kind of new attraction that would generate trips.
So the
But
intent would-
generally,
Okay.
yeah.
The intent would be, it would be for road maintenance and not capital improvement projects, because
Yeah.
whenever we leave it up to DOT, I question whether or not some of the funding streams that we capture are really appropriate. So.
Okay, well, I find it distasteful to get into this level of discussion before the Board of
Distasteful.
Supervisors. But to use these Melrose funds, it has to be an improvement that lasts 5 years. You couldn't use these road fund monies to unplug a culvert in the area. You could use it to do an overlay, or
Okay.
you could use the money to widen White Rock between Latrobe, or widen any road that is in the area where there's evidence that additional trips are being created by the subdivision. Actually, it'll be up to your board to make a finding periodically that here's the area, or here's the roads that are affected by the new traffic caused by this subdivision,
Mhm.
and the money would be available to do overlay, do improvements the last 5 years, new traffic light, something
Okay,
like that.
appreciate that.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to ask. So not
But again,
potholes,
Supervisor
right?
Hydal, I don't like a
It's-
lot of questions.
Okay.
Right, but it's not
Okay.
pothole repairs. I
Not
mean,
potholes, not
but it
maintenance.
can be capital widening of roadways. It can be adding shoulders.
That kind of
I,
stuff. Turn
we,
pockets.
we've had discussions about, that's a raw, it has to be an improvement
Right.
that has an expected useful life
For 5
of
years.
5 years or excess.
With a nexus to the project.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Supervisor Turnbull.
I just got a question. When you consider item 3 is basically, and then one of the points is the board should consider an additional term to be added to the proposed DA similar to the current Caution Creek section 3.9 regarding regional connector road. Did the county ever look into that? You know, because I know that the applicants does not want to wish to provide an IOD on the regional connector. But if I remember right, Randy Pacey's was working on that way back when. Is that true or not true? Can you give me any clarification on that?
I see
I-
Adam
I'm
coming
not
up.
sh-
I see Adam coming up.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, Adam.
Looks like you're off the hook, Mr. Harn, for right now, so don't go far though. Hello, Adam.
Good afternoon, Adam Bain with El Dorado County Department of Transportation. Apologize for my attire here. I'll get out and hop in a ditch in a little bit. So we do have plans for a connector between Latrobe Road and White Rock Road over towards the county line. We've been working on that for quite some time. We're working on an environmental document to identify the route.
Mhm.
And the Carson Creek project is immediately adjacent to where that is. Their development agreement actually provided a provision that should we move forward with that project, they will dedicate land that's theirs currently to this project, to the connector project. This project today is actually across the street up on the hill, and their land is not involved with that same connection. Now, we have desires to make a connection up through Marble Valley and to
right.
that direction now,
Right.
but those aren't well developed, and that would not be something that we could put forth in good faith today.
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification.
And
That's
this
all.
property would not lie within that routing, right? It would be
Correct.
further to the north in
Right.
terms of really serving a connection
Yeah.
Correct.
for the Latrobe interchange.
And so, yes, to answer your question directly, yes, we did take it into consideration, took a look at it, and we understand where
All
they're coming from. and
Appreciate
feel
it.
it's
Thanks.
appropriate.
Great, thank
That's it.
you. Any other board questions or comments at this time? No? Okay.
In regards to funding to the 2 special districts, as the man that apportions property taxes at build out in today's dollars, there'll be $1 million a year in property tax revenue for the Community Services District, and there'll be about $1,750,000 in revenue to the fire district. If the board wanted to slice off some special taxes and give those special taxes to those special districts, it would have you'd be giving away the money that we're talking about for road maintenance. I mean, short, and I could get into more detail, but if there's going to be special tax levies, first off, I don't think the applicant would agree to it. But second off, you'd be giving away the money that will be generated by this community facilities district that was going to go towards the road maintenance.
Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, sure.
And before we take public comment, I would like to offer Mr. McDougall, if you'd like to come up as the project applicant. Yeah, so welcome.
Chair, supervisors, thank you for this opportunity. Well, February didn't seem like that long ago, but I think it was. So, we're just excited as now as we were back then, that when we sat down with senior staff after Measure R failed, and we thought, we just kind of had this idea of using pay-go funds that otherwise go to us to fund the infrastructure within our project. But it's enough that we could, listen, why don't we use that for the road maintenance? I mean, basically make the pot of funding a little bit bigger and be our project's contribution to that. We said, wonderful, let's do it. We the planning commission and other agencies kind of weighed in a little bit. Out of respect for the process, this is a non-conditional action. It's like a tentative map, but we thought, you know what? The planning commission asked, you would probably expect us to do the due diligence. We will meet with them. We did. We had several phone calls, conversations, correspondence, trying to understand what their needs were, trying to convey what our needs were. Fire department really wasn't a problem. Once we met, we were much closer. And they just said, hey, you got to comply with state law. We said, absolutely. And we want to, as the landowner, the developer, iron out all the issues before a home builder comes in. So you guys don't have to deal with this building permit by building permit. That's been the issue that we've been hearing. But when it came to their service CFDs, both the CSD and the CFD or the fire, we could not agree to an open-ended CFD. It undermines the whole purpose of this arrangement that we're trying to do with you guys. It undermines our existing entitlements. So we would go back and do our existing project as is. But I think it undermines what we're trying to do. Give money to the county for pay-go, because every dollar that comes in from another CFD is one less dollar that we can use to fund infrastructure, which diminishes the pay-go. So we just said, sorry, we can't agree to that. Bigger thing is if that's something that agencies want to do, they need to come to you guys in the community and kind of lay out the argument so that you can go through the proper process of adding conditions when developments come through, not just throwing them on, surprise a week before. I won't go any further than that. You've seen our letter. I can go further if you like me to answer that. As it comes to condition 5 or recommendation 5, we tried to be pretty accommodating and reasonable, but this map had this discussion back in 1998 when it was first approved, and then the tentative map to the planning commission in 2015. It was not needed then, it was not required then, it was not requested then, but more importantly, East Ridge is on top of Blackstone with a 30% grade getting up there. Blackstone is entirely private streets. To provide a connector through Blackstone, through East Ridge to anywhere else is just an engineeringly ridiculous idea. So we all have a final map. We're going forward. We don't even have room to try to accommodate something like this. So we said, thank you. We enjoyed the conversation. We just can't agree to it.
Thank you.
And I'm
so
more than
much.
happy to answer any other questions you may have.
We appreciate you clarifying those
Yeah, okay,
items. Does
appreciate
the
it.
board have
Yeah,
any questions for Mr. McDougall? I don't think so. All right. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Appreciate it. I think we're ready to take public comment on this item. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, former DOT employee from 1979 to 2012. There's only one point I want to talk about this regional road. There is no doubt in my mind that the future is the future, and we don't know what we may need. As other projects come forward with us, we need to be more specific on the long-range planning aspects of a road that goes from Latrobe east. The terrain is as it's been identified. That doesn't mean that an alignment couldn't be picked out and an alignment then tracked through DOT in its future. It would be considered just a alignment study, no more, not to be built necessarily. But the department has chosen not to pursue it. We have Marble Valley that has not come before you yet. We have this project. We have Cawthorn Ranch, which is to the south, coming from more large parcel properties. All Randy Paces wanted to do at the time, he was an employee of the county and he was in planning. And he did things like identify routes, and he took it all the way to Highway 49 Crystal Boulevard and drew it up. Now I hear the answers, and there's nothing wrong. The question's being stated, and the answer is as the answer is. The question is, Supervisor Huddle, you got to ask the question in a certain way, or else you won't get an answer. And I want the thoroughest answer as to what does the county need to do in order to be able to make sure that we're covered into the future. And this project is just one piece of that. So I just want to put it into context. That's all I want to talk about today. That's and I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jeff Kernan from the El Dorado Hills CSD. You've heard what the applicant has said about what has happened and what conversations took place in their letter, and everything's as they said. I think it was just more of a checkbox kind of conversation, but I'll tell you what we're here to ask for, and that's participation in the district's established CFD 2019-01. And we do, that came up a little bit ago, why do we do this a week before or something like that? No, we do now, since we're moving away from LLADs, ask that the county require participation in our district-wide CFD now. And we took that as an opportunity to add this development to that district-wide CFD. We understand that the proposed situation benefits the county overall, but we would like it to benefit the El Dorado Hills community as well. And LLADs, as I said, are a thing of the past, and things have changed. And so we're asking for this change. This is about making adjustments for the future. This is a 10-year map extension. And the district would like to see these future residents to be part of the maintenance and administration of the amenities and facilities that they will no doubt use. And we see this as an opportunity for you to deal with some identified unmitigated impacts to our service in our district. Thank you. And as a representative from the agency, I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this hearing? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Okay, so here we go, round one. Oh, I don't like having to be the person to do this. I am speaking for a numerous amount of people in El Dorado Hills. We are looking at an ungodly amount of projects at one time that are going to impact El Dorado Hills, especially in the town center through Business Park intersections, in a level that I don't think any of you can appreciate or comprehend. We are talking about Wynn now reopening their residential. I believe it was going to be close to 1,000 units. We're talking about the El Dorado Hills 52 next to the Costco, a large apartment complex. We're looking at, I think it was called Montague, another large apartment complex. Obviously, the old golf course is going to rear its ugly head, which I believe in the initial was between 800 and 900 plus units, multi sized residential. First of all, where is the conversation about education? I personally have now made contact with Buckeye Unified School District through a school board member, and also El Dorado Union High School District through a school board member. When it comes to Buckeye, it is irresponsible to say enrollment has declined. Why? Because enrollment declining there means slightly below capacity. A lot of these schools were operating before COVID at or slightly above capacity. When a school has slightly declined, and I'm going to have the stats for you soon, where they have, for example, 2 openings in first grade, 4 openings in 4th grade, and 6 openings in 5th grade, I would not say that's very responsible at Oak Meadow Elementary School to say that you can accommodate this kind of development, which will attract younger families, likely with children. In terms of high schools, you can keep busing kids up the hill. Subjecting them, I think, is abusive to 45 to 1 hour commutes each way when Oak Ridge is slightly below capacity, though they are gaining traction again. That's number one. Number 2 is we can talk about measures Y to measures E all day long. I don't think any of us can say you fully understand it, including probably council. But what I do understand is it is the developer's responsibility to come forward with mitigation. We are at a point where there's unavailable mitigation to be done. El Dorado Hills Boulevard cannot be widened anymore. It is stuck. Come up with a traffic plan first, and then let's talk about approvals and the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon, Leo.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan. This is way above my normal ability levels. Haven't got the experience, but I have experience when things go wrong with Mello-Roos. So I'm just going to share, because I'm hearing lots of red flags from both public agencies, and in my experience, that's kind of a precursor for things going wrong. And it's much better if communication can be smoothed out and everybody understands each other and makes whatever compromises are necessary to get both community, developer, and agency support. So the Mello-Roos,
You dropped off, Leo. Leo, we can't hear you.
for their
There we go.
community.
Right back.
And then secondly, they then became aware that the fees had been created in the development process. There had never been a true resident vote. That's why I asked at the previous meeting, how many actual votes are cast? In this case, it was a community of like 1,000, and there were 3 votes that imposed the fee, which got people going about taxation without representation. And ultimately, they utilized the low signature options to kind of throw the whole thing out. And my last comment is all this Mello-Roos stuff, in my understanding, are workarounds about Prop 13. If that's what you want to do, fine, but it does raise the price of the property, reduces affordable housing, and there's a lot of ramifications why Prop 13 got passed. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. At this point, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion and action. Do you have some final comments, Joe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. One, there's a condition in the tentative map about a funding mechanism for park maintenance. That's already a condition of the tentative map. The other thing, I'd really like to talk about how great, I'm not pro-growth, but the Valley View Pacific Plan has done more than its share for El Dorado Hills. Without the Valley View Specific Plan, we wouldn't have a Silver Valley interchange. As part of the Valley View Specific Plan, the applicant and Mr. McDougall was involved in this, advanced over $22 million to El Dorado County so we could start construction on the Silver Valley interchange. Although it was not conditioned in the DA, as part of the Mello-Roos District in the Valley View Specific Plan, there was enough money to finish the El Dorado Hills Library. They kicked in about $2 million towards the construction cost of the El Dorado Hills Library. There were a bunch of other big improvements to Latrobe and White Rock Road in that intersection as part of the Valley, as conditions for the Valley View Specific Plan. So people don't like Mello-Roos taxes. I don't live in a Mello-Roos district. I don't intend to move into a Mello-Roos district, but since Prop 13 has passed, that's how local government finances infrastructure. And there's a lot of infrastructure in Roseville and in Rockland and in El Dorado Hills that would not exist without Mello-Roos financing.
Thank you for that. Really, really helpful. So I will bring it back. And in my mind, I also think it's really important to understand, as was pointed out in our staff report, that there is an active map that has existing entitlements. This is not a new project. The project is not up for grabs today. What we were talking about and also included, is money, property tax to the CSD, the fire department, and roads. And so really important for folks to know this project is not up on the table today. My fellow supervisors have any further comments or questions? Would someone want to entertain a motion?
Well, I guess I do have one question for Jeff. When he makes the statement that LLADs are gone, they're not gone, right? They're still active LLADs.
I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing. We've closed the
We
public
can't go
hearing.
there?
No,
Okay,
we are
all
not
right,
going to
'cause he
reopen
said he would
that.
all right,
We've
so-
closed the
all right.
public hearing, so I don't want to.
So I'll leave it at that because I do want to find ways to have the future developments consider CFDs and stuff to support our local districts. I don't think this is the opportunity to do it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I do want to ask about, I also like planning for future roads. Honestly, I think in the region, having someone that lived in Folsom, there was missed opportunities back in the day. So, and I get what you're saying about the topography. It's not going to go there, but are we actually looking at where that connector is going so that we're, as things get built, we could lose opportunities. So is DOT actively doing that?
Are we looking at holistically?
Yeah, the circulation.
That's an excellent question. And yes, we are. We've done fairly extensive work on the Latrobe connector, which connects Latrobe Road south of the business park over to White Rock Road.
Okay.
So we're in the process of that. We've also conceptually looked at another connection between Latrobe Road and up to Highway 50 heading north and east up through what will be the Marble Valley area, those types of things.
Okay.
There's challenges there because of existing development and terrain.
Yep.
There's not a lot of easy options in there, but we are looking at those types of things. We've got multiple activities going on that will help us study that. So we do take a look at it in the big picture, but you bring a good point that those things need to come to fruition so that they get out in front of these developments. So
Yeah.
you make a very good point.
I really appreciate that, just because I would hate for a lost opportunity to happen just because we weren't aware of a development when we
Right.
approved something. So thank you.
Excellent
It's good to do.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Absolutely,
I wanted to
Rob.
make one quick clarification that I think will help with Supervisor Heidel's comment or question, and maybe what Jeff was trying to get at, which was after the establishment of the CFD for the Community Services District, projects that come through now are conditioned to have that
CFD,
part
right.
instead of LLADs, which was sort of the historic.
LLADs are not being converted to CFD
That I
participation.
don't-
No
That's
new
that's what I
ones.
want to
But
make
just
sure the
moving
public
forward, the
understood.
conditions are
Yeah.
generally to go into the CFD. And I think that's what was
Okay.
trying to be
Yep.
articulated.
Is that helpful?
Yep, that answers the question.
Okay, all right. So are we ready to entertain a motion?
We usually kind of like, defer to the supervisor
Right.
of the
District.
district, just, as a courtesy. We don't
Well,
have
I
to.
know that, so I'll make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Does staff have all the answers? Because some of this was, pay as you go. I think we covered it in the general discussion. Do you need any further direction before we vote?
Just the recommendation from thank you, Rob Peters. The recommendation from the planning commission included items, I believe, 4 and 5, which
Yes.
were discussed today.
Right.
But I'm not sure are included in what the recommendation was.
Right.
That's why I wanted to make sure.
So item number 4 is to consider the pay-as-you-go, the pay-go special tax funds contemplated under the development agreement to prioritize, to mitigate local road impacts. So would your motion, I would take it, would want to include mitigating local road impacts with the pay-go funds. And then the 5th item is to consider an item to be added to the proposed development agreement regarding the regional connector. So those are the 2 items that need to be clarified in the motion.
I believe so. I think, from the discussion, it sounded like your board has the ability to put those funds where you would choose in conjunction with the Department of Transportation. So I think that's covered in the existing
Right.
agreement. The part about the adding the another term related to that, it didn't sound like that was supported, but I would like that clarification.
Yeah, so I would be in favor of adding 4, like we talked about, specific to this and not 5.
Okay.
Do you amend your motion to include item number 4, but not adding an additional requirement regarding the regional connector road?
So we're approving items 1 through
Through
4
4,
as
right.
recommended by staff.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
I believe that's correct.
that's right.
So that is your motion.
That's my motion.
And
Okay, is
I-
that your second?
Yep.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
that
for that.
clarification.
Yeah.
Any other further clarification from staff?
County council, let's make sure he's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just an opportunity to weigh in.
Please.
Because I think I'm not sure how we're, want to make sure that this item 4, as suggested by the planning commission, if that is in fact the board's desire, that it gets accurately reflected. And before doing so, I just maybe want to offer some clarification and reinforce the point that the auditor made earlier. And this will be more of an issue in your next item when you do actually, should you move forward with this and should you move forward with the next item to establish the CFD as one of the statutory findings associated with forming that CFD, you will be stating that the facilities that are specified to be funded through the CFD are necessary to meet the increased demands placed upon local agencies as a result of the development occurring in the CFD. I think it's maybe slightly different than Nexus as we might typically use it. So
Okay.
that's why I wanted to note that. But it does, and the auditor noted this, there will be a system that's put in place to ensure that with the annual levy of the special tax, that there is some means by which we can document that the facilities being funded through the CFD are in fact necessary to meet the increased demands placed upon the county's road network in particular, as a result of the development. So there is already a check built in to that to ensure that there is perhaps not a nexus as we might typically utilize that term, but that there is some means of tying the special tax and CFD funds back to the increased demands associated with the East Ridge development. The second point I wanted to make as well, and I just wanted to clarify, again, this is the CFD funds and the PAYGO that would be dedicated through the development agreement. That is to fund these capital costs. Now, there is a way by which a CFD can fund services certain services, but generally you can't fund services outside of the boundaries of the district. You can fund capital facilities outside the boundaries of the community facilities district. So by doing this, again, there's another kind of restriction on how these monies will be used. So there's already a couple, checks and balances built into the system to ensure that it is, again, used for capital facilities, even if located outside the district, but only those where it is found that it is necessary to meet the increased demands associated with the district. I say this not directly to dissuade you from imposing any additional conditions, but I do want to make you aware that there already are some checks in place as a function of the CFD statutes to ensure that the funds are used appropriately.
Do you have a recommendation for how you would word that part of the motion?
Well, I'm just trying to think if there's, I mean, frankly, I think it would need some changes probably to either the development agreement itself or the use of special tax funds agreement. I don't have the language at the ready to do that, to determine how those funds will be dedicated to, as the Planning Commission recommended, mitigate local road impacts. I would need an opportunity to think about what that language would be. And I wouldn't want your motion to just be general. I mean, you really should have that finalized if we're going to be approving the development agreement today.
So,
Mr. Harn, yes.
Yeah. See, I disagree with council again. It's embedded in the law that these funds, let's simplify it, and we're only going to use these funds for road overlay. The road overlay, the board's going to have to make a finding at the time that it's an increased demand caused by this subdivision created the need for the overlay, or so the money can, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer. To me, certainly most of the funds would have to be spent in El Dorado Hills, south of Highway 50. Now, there may be some reason that, again, everybody wants to go to the new restaurant. I assume there's a restaurant replacing Sienna in the old Sienna, La Brigada. Unless there's evidence that a bunch of people are driving to La Brigada, most of the bulk of the money has to comply with the law, has to be spent fairly close to the subdivision on roads like White Rock,
Okay.
What is it, Valley View Parkway, Latrobe. I guess I tried to say earlier, it certainly can't be spent, to me, as I understand the law, it can't be spent up by Supervisor Heidal's house or up in Pollock
Right.
Pines.
Okay, so-
It has to be in accordance with the laws that already exist, it has to be spent to benefit the residents of the, or to mitigate the impacts of their driving.
So you're saying that's item number 4 is not needed because it's already embedded in the.
Once again,
in the law.
the planning commission made a mistake.
And I just want to reflect, I think that there is no disagreement. I think that
Yeah.
I said just
Got
the
it.
same things.
Okay,
Joe.
thank you for clarifying that.
All right. So you're saying we don't need item 4?
No, that it's already embedded in the development agreement and within the bounds of the law regarding PAYGO funds, special tax.
So PAYGO's already in there.
That goes in there, but is it dedicated to go to traffic impacts? Mitigate local
My
road
understanding is
impacts?
that's what we're hearing. from
It
county
is. You're
council
saying
and
it
the auditor,
absolutely
yes.
is. It can't be diverted anywhere else.
I'm not the district attorney. It would be a crime to spend this money in Pollock Pines. It would be a crime to spend this money in Cool.
Right.
It has to be spent to mitigate the impacts of this subdivision. So
I'm gonna look to county council.
Yeah, me too. Looking down there.
And again, Raphael and I have had discussions about this, and they'll periodically do analysis to identify the roads where it's perfectly appropriate to spend these monies on improvements that will last 5 or more years.
So do we need any further clarification? I mean, this is about clear as mud right now for me.
Yes,
so,
I do think the auditor and I are explaining the same thing, and I frankly think he's doing a better job of it. So I'm going to take another crack at it. The point I was trying to make, again, thank you to the auditor for clarifying, there are already statutory restrictions on
Yep.
your use of these funds.
Yep.
Okay.
Are those sufficient?
I guess that is the question that you have to decide. Is it sufficient? I don't know what the term as used by the Planning Commission, mitigate local traffic impacts. That is not a defined term. I can say, as the auditor notes, The CFD law requires that the facilities funded through the CFD, you can only fund those facilities through the CFD if they are necessary to meet increased demands placed on the county as a result of development in the district. So that is the connection that takes place.
Okay.
I'm not as quite as willing sitting here today to go as far as to identify specific areas where it might be impermissible to use it. But the auditor is probably correct that at a certain point, just based on the geography, it seems somewhat implausible to say that those facilities would be necessary to meet the increased demands of development in this particular district. But there will be a process in place to ensure that it's documented. And I think the auditor referenced that earlier, that to document that as the annual special tax is levied and spent, that it is, again, to the extent it's coming to the county in the form of pay-go, that it is only used to improve those facilities necessary to meet the increased demands of development within the district. Whether you feel an addition, more certainty is needed as to the area within which these funds may be used, it's hard for me to say. I don't deny that you could, if that's what you wanted to, provide a greater restriction on it. It's just a.
But anything significant would come back to the then board for consideration and
Right, that's
approvals. What I'm hearing, the sufficiency thing will be met by the decision of future boards to apply those funds or not.
And they would have to
So
make
that's okay
findings.
with me, checks and balances. I just wanted to make sure that the pay-go funds didn't go to something other than traffic-related activities.
Well, for purposes of the amounts that are coming to the county, and this does start to get into the discussion that, or the documents that you'll see in your next item, but I will say it was also addressed in the resolution of intent to form the CFD that you previously approved. It describes the authorized facilities.
Right.
So I'm going to go ahead and look at the authorized facilities as specified in the resolution of formation.
Okay.
Give
Can
me
you
one.
reference the page?
Well, it's in a document in the next item.
Oh,
Right.
oh, it's the next item. That's
So-
why-
Yeah.
Find it?
Some of this discussion does bleed over because we are talking a little bit about how the monies will be utilized.
Okay.
So it describes the authorized facilities, and of the authorized facilities, the part that I think is most salient to your concern right now is the discussion of county roadways. Actually, I'm going to read. Here it is. And it states, it describes county roadways subject to acquisition, improvement, and rehabilitation through the El Dorado County Road Fund. So that is, and that is further, though not stated in here, because that's just listing the authorized facilities, that's further limited by the discussion that we had previously, that the facilities must be necessary to meet the increased demands from development within the boundaries of the district. So I think those are the kind of two main things that are already in place that provide a limitation on how the CFD funds are used.
And I agree, we don't need 4 or 5.
All right, thank you
Yeah,
for
that's how
that
it
robust
seems.
discussion. I
Yeah.
appreciate the clarification on this. So Supervisor Turnbull, would you like to amend your motion per the discussion that we've just had and clarification? received?
Yeah, I think my motion and then exclude item 4.
So is your motion to approve items
Item
1 and
through
3 per
yeah.
staff report on item number 35?
1 through 3.
1 through 3.
1 through 3,
One
yes.
through
I
three.
Keeps
apologize.
it clean. Yeah.
1
And
through
then
3,
exclude 4,
4 and 5.
4 and 5, yeah.
Right.
Okay, and Supervisor Parlin, you
Yep.
second that
And
motion?
then, yep.
Wonderful. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you all for helping us work through that.
Thank you.
Getting it all.
There's a lot. And now we
I know.
move
So
on
welcome.
to our second part of this hearing, item number 36.
Item number 36 comes from the Auditor Controller recommending the board, 1, adopt the following resolutions that are on file in the board clerk's office, completing the formation process for the El Dorado County Community Facilities District, East Ridge. A resolution of formation of Community Facilities District. B, a resolution calling special landowner election. C, a resolution declaring results of the special landowner election and redirecting recording of notice of special lien. And 2, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance levying special taxes.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will reopen the continued public hearing on this item. The The public hearing regarding the CFD is now open.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I reread it into the record? I did
Yes.
not read off the addendum. And
Oh,
there were
right.
also-
Oh, absolutely. Yes,
My
we want to do
apologies.
this correctly, please.
So
Let's redo that.
36 should read as follows. Auditor Controller recommending the board, 1, adopt the following resolutions that are on file in the board's clerk office completing the formation process. A resolution of formation of Community Facilities District. B, a resolution calling special landowner election. C, a resolution declaring results of special landowner election and directing recording of special notice tax lien. D, a resolution determining necessity to incur bond indebtedness. 2, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance levying special taxes. And 3, adopt a resolution approving recordation of a notice of cessation of special tax for El Dorado County Community Facilities District, Eastridge. My apologies.
No problem. And at this point, I will reopen the continued public hearing. The public hearing regarding the CFD is now open. The hearing is to inquire into the formation of the CFD, the levy of the special taxes in the CFD, issuance of bonds for the CFD, and any other matters specified on the agenda for this item. And so at this point, let's have a staff presentation on this. Welcome back, Mr. Harn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'll give you a broad overview, mainly because I brought my DA file over, but not my CFD file. But if your board were to take this action today, you'd establish a Melrose district, which would have bonding capacity of $150 million. It would create a GAN limit or an appropriations limit, annual limit of $40 million per year for this CFD. And it will result in the likely levying of special taxes in Eastridge until 2076. So I'll be happy to come in here as the auditor controller at that time and oversee the action to dissolve permanently this community facilities district. This is it's different than we've done in any CFD in the past. Generally, in the past, the PAYGO, we use a lot of fancy words to confuse people. The PAYGO is simply the annual excess tax that's levied.
Yeah.
You can't under levy because you have to make the debt service payments. So when you set the rates, generally you over levy. And the question is, when you over levy every year, what do you do with the money? Generally, in the past, that money's gone to reimburse the developers for additional infrastructure. In this new CFD, this money will go to the county road fund, as we were just discussing, to pay for improvements to the roads that last 5 years or more in roads, and I forget the language already, that are needed for the impacts of the subdivision. Other than that, I'll throw it open for questions, since I don't have my file with all the resolutions, et cetera, in front of me.
All right, thank you. Got a question. Yes, Supervisor Lane.
Is the use of the term PAYGO equivalent to tax increment?
It's the PAYGO is, they call it PAYGO because statewide, usually this money is used for pay-as-you-go acquisition of facilities. So generally, there's a bunch of sewer pipes, water pipes that the developer isn't reimbursed for. They're eligible for reimbursement, but there's not enough money generated by the bond sales. And so the PAYGO means we'll reimburse the developer for additional infrastructure as we go, as the money comes in. As each year the excess taxes come in, we will reimburse the developer for additional infrastructure that qualifies under the Melrose Act and this act. So, but it's just the excess revenue that's generated each year that the Melrose is in existence. And in this case, we've never done it before, but I hope it becomes a standard for every Melrose we do on the West End, that the money goes to the road fund for road maintenance, because if Jack Sweeney were here, he'd say that the public wants they want the sheriff's office fully funded and they want road maintenance fully funded. And he's largely right. I would also like to acknowledge it's very important that we have a agile, quick thinking county staff. And because of my processing of this, I've made sure that the board clerk's office can get a lot of things done at the last minute. I've submitted things late for the county council, planning, the CAO's office, et cetera. Everyone's been very accommodating because I think I can speak for the CAO's office. This is a pretty good deal for the county of El Dorado. So they were willing occasionally to put up with my late submission of documents to the CAO's office before they got put on the agenda. So I'd like to acknowledge and thank all those offices and my own staff, of course, and actually the board chair, because she suffered through it herself. Anyway, any questions?
Yes, Supervisor Lane has a follow-up.
Yeah, on follow-up. You mentioned that this community facilities district, this would be the first time that the pay-go would kind of be directed in this manner. Was there any analysis to using the, as you call it, the excess revenue towards paying down the bond quicker?
In some cases, that's how the bond documents are written, that they are used to pay down the bonds quicker. And that's an option, is pay the bonds down quicker or reduce the tax rate every year. That's another option. This option benefits more people in the area, benefits more people, we'll call it in southern El Dorado Hills, than any other option. And frankly, the road maintenance money we spend paying for the overlay on White Rock is that if we don't spend traditional road fund money on that, we can use those funds we would have done to maintain White Rock and spend it somewhere else in the county. So everyone benefits in the county.
Any further questions? No? All right. Supervisor Heidel.
So it becomes an area benefit, not a future resident benefit, right? In terms of reducing the bonds earlier. So I'm in favor of that kind of a concept because I think we have to deal with the here and now. The Assessment and Community Facilities CFD Bond Screening Committee. Can you help me understand who that is?
Well, I don't have my notes in front of me, but it's not
in general. Who is that group?
It's 9 county offices: the auditor, the assessor, the tax collector, the surveyor, the CAO, the county council, the DOT director, and someone else. Thank you.
Okay, all right. That's very good. And
that's 8 of them. We're still forgetting one.
Right. And there was general consensus, is the way I'm reading it, to move forward with this proposal, right? So everybody kind of said, yeah, this is in the best interest of the county.
The bond screening committee met. This is on you. Normally, Mello-Roos districts benefit one party, and that's the developer. This is the first Mello-Roos district, you can make the argument, that benefits every resident of El Dorado County. So yeah, the bond screening committee voted 9-0, even though again, I can't remember which 9 offices because I brought the wrong file.
Fair enough. Then the other
but we
thing
voted
is
unanimously to support the formation of this Mello-Roos district.
the other thing I'm reading is before the first series of bonds are issued, it has to come back to the board to approve.
Absolutely.
So there's another checks and balances downstream of this. So
yes, that'll go to the bond screening committee again and
multiple
and there'll be
steps.
Board approval. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I just want to say that resolution number 087-2023, and basically it was approved by that board, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Harn. Appreciate it. So at this point, we will take public comment. Before the clerk reads this item, we'll look to any members of the public that wish to speak on this item or any interested parties who wish to lodge a protest. So Kim?
Now taking public comment On item number 36, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I don't see anyone in the room, so let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Hi, guys. Once again, I don't even know what's appropriate, when to comment, when not. I'm just going to reiterate again. I believe that regardless of where we were 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and what we thought El Dorado Hills was going to become, we are at a breaking point already of our traffic impact. It is clearly at an F in that region. It is taking some of us 3 and 4 times to get through a light to get into Business Park during high impact times. You're now looking at adding thousands and thousands of homes, lack of schools, lack of water, lack of expansion on El Dorado Hills Boulevard. I don't understand how we get this far when we can't predict 10 years ago versus where we are today and saying that these projects are already approved. So why are we having this conversation? Well, if situations change and we can't mitigate the traffic according to the law of what is irreparable traffic impacts, because we've expanded as much as we can in certain areas, I am not really sure what we're asking a developer to do and how people are going to be getting around in this, what's going to be nightmare bottle. I'm sure none of you live there. I think it's very easy to judge and impact people's lives. I don't live there. I live on the other side where everybody keeps talking about where John lives. That's where I live. I can go around to Folsom. I care about El Dorado Hills. I care about my kids going to John Adams School who can't get there. And my daughter's reconsidering whether she wants to stay in El Dorado Hills because she doesn't want to have to sit for 40 minutes one way to get to John Adams all the way up El Dorado Hills Boulevard. So I would really like to see a little bit more convincing, to me at least, and those of us who don't understand where you get that all of this traffic can be mitigated for these 6, 7, 8 development projects that are coming down the road within a less than 5 square mile area. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, and clerk, have we received any written protests on this item?
There have been no written protests received.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peters mentioned, I've had discussion that the applicant has a clear path to a 10-year extension with or without the DA, or with or without this Mello-Roos. This is, in this situation, the county is getting additional extractions from the DA, the $500 community benefit fee, and the additional money available for road maintenance. That is the motivation of the bond screening committee. That's my motivation. And I hope that's your motivation today. There's a clear path for them to get a 10-year extension of their current map anyway. We're going to get some money that will benefit everybody in El Dorado County from this deal.
Yeah, and especially the El Dorado Hills community as well. So at this point, I will close the public hearing. And I just want to comment, we hear those folks that live in El Dorado Hills. We all care about El Dorado Hills as well. And, personally, I'm down there all the time. Our daughter lives there. My grandchildren go to school down there. My parents live down there. And we recognize the community sentiment regarding development down there. And that's, for one, why I do appreciate this opportunity for this project to contribute to the road maintenance that will be affected by this development, and help the broader community, not just the residents that will live there. So I appreciate that part, recognizing that this project is already entitled. So do other members of the board have any other comments?
I just want to clarify a little bit, and this thing has been approved. They're only asking for another 10-year extension. This has already been approved in the past. And the biggest thing is the county especially is going to get something out of it, where we haven't got anything out of prior developers. in the past when they haven't paid their fair share. So I think this is a great thing, so.
I'd just like to note within our CIP that our planned expansions of Latrobe Road, not Eldorado Hills Boulevard, but there are plans in there, in my opinion, they're way too late in the game to really, be beneficial for everybody, but they're in the CIP. So I think the responsibility of the board is to look at when do those projects need to be initiated and how do we make sure there's enough funds to get them completed? And that all comes into the TIF fee discussion, and I'll leave it at that, but that's our opportunity.
Workshop.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Coming.
All right, any further comments? So we're going to break this down into a couple portions. So
She did.
I
She
did.
did.
I did. Thank you, though. So seeing that there are no further questions or comments and no majority protest from the interested parties, we will now consider the following three resolutions. Resolution 117, 2023 to form CFD 2023-1. Resolution 121, 2023, determining necessity to incur bonded indebtedness for CFD 2023-1, and the resolution 118, 2023, calling special election for CFD 2023-1. And those are, right now, that's the action we are going to take. So do I hear a motion?
The addendum identifies 5 resolutions.
Yeah.
We will take those next.
Okay, so
Okay.
we're doing it in 2 parts.
Yes,
Okay, I missed that part.
okay.
Okay.
And I do
understand.
apologize. Per
Okay.
county council and our auditor, we are
Okay.
breaking this down into 2 motions.
Okay,
Per
that's
their
fine.
council, esteemed council, I might add.
Very
Okay,
good.
got it.
Yes, I should have made that clear. So. All right, so do I have a motion on forming the CSD, determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness and calling for a special election for the CFD?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any further
Next time.
discussion? No, okay. I'll say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. So at this point, clerk, I asked the clerk for a tally of votes received on this item, on the election results.
They have been tallied and they are all yes.
All right,
With
excellent.
202 votes.
Thank you for that. So with the unanimous landowner votes in favor, we can next consider the following resolution and ordinance. And that is Resolution 119, 2023, declaring the election results, and ordinance number 5179, levying special taxes for CFD 2023-1.
Can I just make a note as far as resolution 5179? It's the first reading, so that actually will come back to the board on August 15th.
Thank you very much. So once again, it is clarity. With this action, we would be adopting the resolution and approving the introduction, waiving the first reading of the ordinance, and continuing to the next regular meeting for final adoption. And actually with that, I will move that item.
So all three of the rest
I
of the
moved-
The rest
things
are free.
are.
Yeah, I
are in
moved,
there.
I moved to adopt resolution 119, 2023, declaring election results, and approve the introduction, waive full reading of ordinance number 5179, and continue to the next regular meeting for final adoption.
Isn't it 121, 2023 we're doing
I think
now?
we missed one resolution in there.
I know, I feel like we're.
Ordinance,
There's one more action. Don't worry, we're getting there.
Oh, it's a 3-step.
yeah, I'm
It's
sorry,
a
it's
3-parter.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, yes.
I'm confusing.
no.
I have
3
page
parts.
3 of my notes, sorry.
3
about
parts.
that.
Okay,
Wait,
all right.
what did
all
we
right.
do on the first one? We did 117, 118, and 119, I thought, no?
117, 118, and 121.
121.
121, okay, so we went that
So we're
way.
doing
There-
119.
The board item is out of order, so I
It's out of
apologize.
All right.
order. Okay,
All
got
right,
it, got
okay.
it. Thank you.
Do I need to read that, my
No,
motion
no,
again?
I got
Nope,
it.
we
now.
got
Do I
it.
have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. So this newly formed CFD is intended to replace a similar CFD previously formed, the dissolution of which will take place in the future. In the meantime, we will need a resolution to cease the levy of the prior special tax in the CFD. And for that, we have the final resolution for consideration, and that is Resolution 122-2023, approving recordation of the notice of cessation of special tax for CFD 2015-1. And so
I'll move adoption.
Second.
Any final discussion?
One quick question.
Yes.
No, nothing has been levied up to this point with regards to CFD 2015-1 because the development hasn't occurred, correct? So there
Correct.
has been nothing levied. We're
Correct.
just getting rid of the formation. Okay.
Yes, that
Thank
is
you.
correct. All right, so are we ready to consider the action? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Wow. And with that, we are done with this item. So thank you all for helping us walk through this and thank you for being with us.
We should not do complicated things
great.
late in the afternoon.
And the addendum changed kind of the pattern of what we were doing, and I didn't catch all the nuances.
It did. And then when you said 2 at first, I was like, oh, now we're really messed up. So
I apologize.
sorry
I
about
should
that.
have- I should have called that out when. during the- yes.
Oh my- Oh, God, that was great.
All right,
We got
so
there.
with that, it is 3:16. We are done with our items. We have reported out from county, from closed session. We've done our 2 froms. We've done the CAO's update.
We're out of here.
And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.